Hello, everybody. Um, or you, or both of you, or three of you, however many of you. It is basically 10:30, 10:27 a.m. today, right now, on the 17th of January, 2019. Yeah, I've been having weird, uh, nausea again. It was good that it didn't creep up for a while there, but now it's just like constantly there again. Almost puked just eating some yogurt, and I couldn't finish the nuts that I had set aside for myself. I don't know what that's about. Um, yeah, it's, don't know why I'm suddenly starting to get nauseous again, get headaches again, have those issues again. As far as I know, I didn't get phlegm's starting to show up again as well. The cough is coming back too. Anyways, but it's not like terrible. It's just like there. And I have to really be careful when I eat. Otherwise, like, I eat it the wrong way, I swallow a little too fast, and it's. I only got a couple plans today. I've got physical therapy at 5. I have, at 12:30 my therapist appointment. So that's a thing. Um, yeah, other than that, I suppose I could go to Fry's real quick at some point, get some bananas. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Uh, yeah, just thinking about all the stuff that was going on the last couple of days with my brain. I can't stop. Like, literally, when I'm silent, I'm constantly thinking about what I literally just said. It's weird. Like, normally, like, all of 2018, like, I couldn't think like that. Literally couldn't have thoughts in my head. So weird that I'm now able to, like, really start thinking again. It's quite nice, actually. It's quite nice. I hope that this continues and gets better, truthfully. Truthfully, I do. Now, tea made out of mushroom is most likely not going to be as effective as you eating the actual mushroom, okay? Or getting the actual powder into your body. Because I think that you would be able to actually get all the compounds. And of course, there might be compounds that are in the actual whatever, like the structure of the mushroom itself that will break down in the acid and everything else, and then combined and create a new compound, thus allowing for whatever to happen. That isn't to say you can't basically make a stomach, in a cup, which is kind of what I do with the whole grapefruit juice and lemon lime juice. Concentrate juice thing, along with oil. All of those together sort of kind of combine to make your stomach. Highly acidic. It's got sugar, it's got fats, it's got water. The only thing that's really missing is alcohol, and truthfully, alcohol is not usually present in your body unless you got a yeast problem in your stomach. Munching too much, I guess. You gotta make sure that I was about to make one hell of a dirty joke. You should have made sure to clean her off first before you went to town. It's bad. It's bad. But it's funny to me. It's not how that happens. I don't know if anybody ever getting it that way. It's an incredibly rare thing to have happen, and I don't know how it happens, so I really don't know. I'm going to postulate or hypothesize here that that's probably not how that goes. Still, it's somewhat of a funny joke. Anyways. Normally, here's my routine with Reddit lately when it comes down to, like, when I get up and then, later on. When I first get up, I mostly just look at the best posts and scroll down probably till I start seeing, I don't know. It's usually like a good 15, 30 minutes to an hour at most that I'll keep scrolling down. Nowadays, I don't go until, I won't go until it just crashes. Because the more RAM you have, the longer it will take for it to crash. So, yeah, take that for what you will. If you've got a shit ton of RAM, then you can scroll for a real long time on Reddit before it crashes. But I do believe that there is a runaway exponential effect of some memory leakage or something, because I expect there to be diminishing returns. Like, yeah, you have 64 gigabytes of RAM, but you only get to scroll for another 10 minutes, and that's it, like something like that. And versus, like, 32, you still basically get 8. So, you know what I mean? Like, it ramps up whatever's happening. I think maybe that might be happening. I'm not entirely sure. Chrome is a fucking RAM hog, though. It has been known to have memory leak problems. So, yes. It could be the case. Then, let's see here. I don't know. I've been having some trouble with trying to define how to make this work with you and everything, because I want you to be happy. I want you to feel good. Just don't really know how to do that on my side of things. I know you would want to listen to me, but I'm like, how do I satisfy you? I want to see someone satisfied at the end of the day, right? Have you have some fun? But let's not maybe get into that just yet. That's maybe down the line. Maybe. We'll see what happens. There's that past, though. I know, it's so tempting to just rush. We're like, hey, so, man, I would love, and I do mean this, love to go to a concert and places like that. I need to save up money. I need money to begin with to be able to do that. Be careful if you're going to one of those events. Try and have a friend with you if you can. There are jerks that will try and take advantage of you, especially if you're on drugs. So be careful, and do not be afraid to hit them. I don't give a shit. Like, you know how to fucking take down someone. I've given you instructions on how to do that. Beyond just the whole, other side, like the digital side. There are some fairly basic jiu-jitsu classes that are really good for women, honestly, because here's the thing. The smaller you are, the better you can be at jiu-jitsu. Throwing people is all about using their height and weight to your advantage. So it's all, and you can grapple too, and most people can't hold 100 and, I don't know, whatever pounds, 100 plus pounds of person with their arm stretched out. Yes, you see that these people in, like, anime can do it, but truthfully, they wouldn't even be able to stand up straight because of how they would have to position their body not to fall over just to be able to support that weight properly. So, yeah, it's kind of unrealistic, is what I'm trying to say. You know, like, it's a very good technique. It's very good. And then Muay Thai is excellent for cardio, excellent for building up strength and stuff. Kicking ass, taking names. However, it will desensitize bone. It will cause thickening of certain parts of the body. It is very much a contact sport. And the moves they use, you kind of need to do that training to be able to facilitate the full impact of those moves. Instead of only going slightly so that way you don't hurt yourself, you can go full attack and not have that pain as well. But again, that takes years. It's dangerous, honestly, sometimes. And I don't know of any Muay Thai place that really allows for women to, I mean, they're very macho men, you know what I mean? Like, I can take this pain, I'm gonna fucking kick this banana tree until it falls over. Which is impressive, but, you know, it has nothing to do with man or woman. It's just training. Anyways, that's my thoughts on it. I feel like they, you know, have that. I'm not entirely certain, but that's how I feel. You know, you never know. You can always find something. Karate is a crock of shit for actually trying to defend yourself. Karate is good for discipline, and that is about it. That's good for cardio and a workout. It's not really ever meant as a good tool to be using in a street fight or in a self-defense situation. Oftentimes because of the stances and the everything that needs to go together for you to be able to properly strike. Krav Maga is crap. That's just dancing. I shouldn't say that. It was used. It is good. It's ridiculously dumb to try and use it in an actual fight. Especially now, when, truthfully, you can just push someone over, you know, grapple them to the ground on Krav Maga. That's really, I mean, tackle them. That's all you have to do. If they're going upside down, it doesn't matter if they kick you. The fact is that they're unbalanced and it very easily tipped over and easily got to the ground. So it's not the best. Boxing is good for learning how to take and give punches, but it's really more for striking speed than it is for actual power. Boxing is an endurance sport of just epic proportions. That's really what it is. It's like punch, oof, oof, dodge, you know, and they do that for multiple rounds. So, the UFC guys have like a slightly longer reach jab that I don't remember where it comes from, but that's typically what it is. It's not a haymaker. It's a cross between a haymaker and a jab, and that's the best part about it, because you really need to make sure when you're doing it, you start off with like your wrist kind of being in the haymaker zone, and then you twist it forward as it's going through the air. All right, you got to twist forward, and anyways, what am I saying? Point is, be careful. You know, don't let people take advantage of you. Yeah. Also, water and sunscreen, Missy. You never know. If you, like, that's the thing, they're like, oh, you can't bring in your own water because we don't know what the liquid is. Well, I can hide this shit somewhere, I'm sure, beforehand. I mean, did you hear about the guy that hid because he knew where his, a concert was going to be ahead of time, so they hid, like, drugs in the ground somewhere that only he knew where, and he just dug them up? Like, that shit's dope. That should happen more often. Like, a little time capsule of fun and love. All ready for the concert. That's the way to do it. You don't have to worry about trying to go through security. Granted, they're not terribly strong anyways. They really just concerned that you're not going to be paying for the water, because ultimately the vendors are there to make money on you for that. So, anyways, to those of you staying home, I salute you. We all have to stay home. Home to where our hearts are. I want to order someone around in real life. Yeah. I have to admit, it really did feel good to have that kind of relationship. Look. Say what you want, but I am very much a bit of a sadist. I like watching certain people get hurt. I'm a big facilitator also in the belief that there's also the emotional side, which can be even, like the mental emotional side, which can be even stronger than like your physical nature of the relationship, truthfully. Setting up rules and regulations and following them and knowing that it's all for him and he likes it, and then of course I fucking like it. What are you kidding me? But, like, that's fun. It's fun. What am I gonna do? I need a pack tonight. Yeah, that's what I need to do. I could always go. Well, I don't have the money. I do have the $5 and the like percentage off of the stuff, so I could technically get DXM at the CVS. Is it possible though? I had like $2 in my account, and the only reason why I'm even thinking about it is because that one of the receipts I got from CVS has $5 on it, and there are a couple of like percentage off things. So I'm debating whether or not to go with like those Tussin pills. But here's the thing. The pills aren't really that significant. And in fact, because they're, what's the word? What's the best way to put it? The fact that they're in pills, the fact that there's less overall per bottle, like it just adds up to being not as efficient or as good as it could be to me, like you have to pay more to get enough pills to be able to have the effect. I don't know, just seems not quite what I was looking for, but that's maybe me. It's always stuff that I'm thinking about. I really want to have my first trip. I really do. And I'm starting to suspect more and more that it just isn't going to happen the way I would like it to, and I will most likely need to buy spores and go that route. Which isn't terrible. I mean, I will be growing my own mushrooms, and I will be doing all that, and truthfully, that is a great thing, and I think it's great. I would just have rather had some cannabis for a little while, but hey, it's not the biggest of deals to not have it. I was thinking about just doing the whole, $25 out of the thing, but in reality, let's see what she even gives me. Plus, I still need the money to be able to buy certain supplements again, because I'm fairly certain they're not going to do that, so I have even less money as a result total. You know what I mean? Like, not exactly great in that regard. I wish I was making my own damn money. You know, there are relationships on FetLife. I've heard of this, where there are both men and women that just want to be abused for their money. Straight up. Like, tell them to send them money, and they'll say that they're going to buy for it and everything. It can be anything. And then they fucking enjoy it. And I'd be a participant, truthfully. Like, hey, send me $50. I could go use that. Want me to take a video of me using it with some cannabis? Sure, fuck, I'll do that. You want me like what's the rules here? What do you want to see? What do like what kind of I was about to say degradation, but that's not at all how you say that. But you get the point. Like, what kind of stuff that we want to have this happen here? And to any women out there, yes, it's actually far more prevalent in men than it is women. So yes, it's a different way to do it. Granted, a lot of them have sort of turned over to the, I imagine, free cams and stuff like that sort of deal, where they, they get the same thrill of it being dirty to give money away to this, but that's their own thoughts, really. 90% of sex is kind of mental, especially for women. From what I've heard, I wouldn't know. I gotta keep saying that. Like, I know it's not like I'm well versed in the ways of that world, But yeah, there's people that do that. There are things. I've always thought about it, but FetLife is one of those sites where I've always been concerned about having a account on, and getting involved in. People are also just as exclusatory, like for instance, a woman can have a rape fantasy, but because this guy over here doesn't, instead they have some sort of age play thing going. Like they'll be like, wow, that's really weird of you. I'm like, bitch, come on, you're gonna try and do that? What the fuck? That's stupid. I don't like that. And also, I think that there's a whole, you have to pay to be able to get onto the thing, and I'm not sure. I haven't looked into it in a long time, and the last time I saw it was on the D Hentai Alternative 4chan board for a while there. I don't remember what post it was, honestly. It was more than just years ago. It was more than 5+ years when I heard that, and it's still going on. I mean, the basic premise is sugar daddy, but I mean, there's more of the sexual side of it because they want it to be them getting degraded, and want the money to be used for dirty things, and they want to have the whole situation. But you also have to be careful in that just because they give you that money does not necessarily mean you are beholden to them. Try and be careful with that. Don't let them overrun. And I don't care how big the money pot is, if it's not something you're comfortable with, don't fucking do it. Simple, straight to the point. If you're not comfortable, don't do it. You will hate yourself afterwards, and that money will be tainted. Okay? And truthfully, there are men and women that both love to see that. They love to see the corruption that goes on with money, because they're like, well, if I just offer you this amount more, I'm sure you'll do it. And I get to see what I want to see, and I get to see you feel all shitty. So yes, be careful about that too. There are those versions of men and women on that as well. But they usually exist in multiple places, not just that. It's usually on cam sites, it's usually on Snapchat stuff like that, where they believe they believe they're entitled to you and your body and what you do simply because they offered you money. And that's just not the case, and they are not entitled to you. You do you. Alright? You do you. Are you kidding me? I'd fucking have a shit ton of cam girls all working for me, slowly funneling money into trying from these assholes trying to, either help charities or, help build a revolution or, stuff like that. Really, just like it's a prize pool. This is the future funding of a new world order. Like, be careful, because it's good to always put large sums of money in savings. They accrue faster that way. Don't put them into stocks. Seriously. Stocks are not the best, because you can lose money, you can gain money. You're gambling essentially. There are some, even in Las Vegas, there are games that are 99% effective, meaning that they give you money back no matter what. But let's all be honest here, you're always going to be losing money on those over time anyways, and it's pretty rare for people to keep their money short term, and in fact oftentimes they'll say, oh well, you have to think about the long term. Well, here's the thing, we kind of know what we want the long term to be, and we kind of want that stocks and everything to crash, so short term gains at best. If you were going to do that only on sure things, insider trading is very hard to police. If you're a hacker and you know what you're doing, truthfully, you can get into the documents that are needed to see where things are going to go up and go down. So you could play it that way, get out fast, use the money, save it, and then work on, the camera and everything else. Be careful though, because they like to monitor shit like that. Somebody suddenly makes the right play 1, 2, 3, 4 times, they're gonna get suspicious. Alright? People have winning streaks, but not that often, and so you will get noticed. That's why it's usually just safer to save it and have it get accrued elsewhere and have stability in certain things, like investments in regards to either rare metals or certain types of like vehicles that actually get more, they have better value over time. There are little things like that, like the collector's world, that are also similar. But here's the thing, they are investments that you have to sell to get the money back, which means when that market's fickle and it goes down and you need the money and you have to sell, you lose money or you don't make as much. That's how that goes. So be careful with that. You can get your ass handed to you very quickly if you don't know what you're doing. It's one of the reasons why I've stayed out of it, because it feels so much like gambling. It feels very much like attempting what little money I have to go down the drain. So, yeah. You would? Dude, I would. I don't really like the idea of a pimp. I like the idea of Charlie and his Charlie's Angels. That's my philosophy. Like strong, independent, fucking badass women that take asses, fucking kick ass, or take names, kick ass. They don't really chew bubblegum all that often, which is kind of a good thing because it can cause problems with your job, but I digress. And they know what they're doing. They are smart and they're fucking amazing. And that's exactly what you are. I mean, it's true. It is. It's very true. Why don't I do the FetLife thing? That might be later. Or maybe when I get private internet access and start... no, you don't want me to encrypt... Well, you can still hear on this, can't you? Yeah... I don't know. Be warned, though. It's tempting to rely on that. It's tempting to think that it's okay for that to be your main source of income, and it is not. It is a extra. Your main source of income needs to be steady, and it needs to be good. Just needs to be steady. You can make it good later. First, you need steady income. And truthfully, there's a lot of different ways to do that. I need to pee so fucking bad. That coffee went through me like nobody's business. Damn. Alright, that was better. Goddamn. I've always wanted to piss on someone. Straight up. No joke. Here's the thing, though. Looking at it in porn, it doesn't really I don't get the juices flowing from it. But, like, the idea of actually doing it to someone really does. So it's very weird how your mind comes up with that. You know what I mean? Which kind of reminds me, like, the whole reason why I started thinking about it, I believe back in the day, was because of Tuskino, basically another hentai artist that focused pretty heavily on, the whole, like, going through the cervix or putting, like that whole genre, which by the way is, when I look back onto it, I'm like, God damn, that's a bit much. Like, it's really heavily focused on it. And at the time, I really loved the idea of being able to, like, just fill up a woman's room with sperm, just straight up, like, and even now, I'm always like, man, if I filled up a syringe with enough, like, it's still very, and it's not a good idea, really. That's, like, probably guaranteed pregnancy right there. If not, I'd be really, probably be a little weird. But, yeah, I've always thought about, like, that. And then there are, of course, the peeing scenes within a lot of those. And oftentimes, not on them, but inside of them. So, I don't know, like, and they always have that fucking just straight up destroyed loving it look, which, I hate to say it, but if I see looks like that, it is a thing for me. I don't really like the whole meme fetish stuff, mostly because none of them are really having, any sort of actual orgasm. It's just a face. Like, the whole reason why it's there in hentai and doujin is because they're being, gotten to that point. And I actually started doing it myself for a while there. Every time I had an orgasm, I would just start doing, like, the face. And I found that I actually just started doing it unconsciously. It actually took me a little bit to stop doing it. So apparently your face will remember it during the act, and it can be brought forth, But you gotta train yourself, basically, to react that way every time. or not train, but more or less just sort of associate this feeling with this action, and therefore the Pavlovian or whatever the fuck response happens, and you can actually make yourself horny just by fucking doing the face. It's for real. What am I thinking about? I don't know. Thinking about a few things. Like how I would phrase it to a woman. You fucking slut. You dirty motherfucking slut. Of course you're gonna give me this. Nah, that doesn't really help. I need to come up with a good way. Because, I'm trying to degrade someone for giving me this basically loser money. Slut doesn't really work. I'll think of something. I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Like, I feel women are a lot better at dirty talk than men. Like me, I do it unintentionally. Like, I just get angry and I want to just describe all the pain I want to inflict on somebody. And I can get very descriptive because back in the day I used to have very powerful fantasies of killing other individuals that wronged me when I was young. Because it made me feel better, like to see their heads explode, or, I was a very violent person when I was younger. It really was. Eventually they went away, the depression took hold. Anger only lasts for so long. Anger can only keep you alive for so long. It burns, it smolders, and it gets snuffed out by the cold, hard truth of your own depression and anxiety. Because they're ever-present, constant wind blowing, So they'll stoke up your anger, but your anger will falter faster. Plus, you don't really ever want to be angry. That causes stress on your body. If you're constantly angry, it's about the same as basically not sleeping for a few days. So try your best to zen. Try your best not to get too upset about the world around you. I know it's difficult. I know it's not easy, but yeah, there are reasons for trying to keep your cool. What am I thinking about? Shut up, brain. What is he saying? Nothing. He's just going off. Like, you always say, what are you thinking about? Are you going to start doing that again? Like before, constantly saying, what are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? And telling me to shut up? Yeah, I had an issue where I constantly kept getting asked, what are you thinking about? What are you getting, in my head, and eventually I just snapped. Like, I literally couldn't, do it anymore. It pissed me off. And I said, shut the fuck up. I'll tell you what I'm thinking about, and I went off on a tirade. I don't know if my phone was near me, but yeah, that was before anybody was following me. My brain has this need to constantly think and constantly be asking me what I'm thinking about, so that way I can be processing the information that's going around me. It was essentially a coping technique I started developing subconsciously until it got to the point where it was just plain stupid. Like, it was just not great. It was more annoying and not useful than it was helpful. I mean, could you imagine somebody just constantly asking, what are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Just non-stop. And until you say something, it doesn't stop. Like, that's a ruminating thought, right? Well, luckily it's not really as prevalent as it used to be. And oftentimes the same answer is like, what are you thinking about? Well, I'm thinking about what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about asking myself, thinking, you know what I mean? Like, it just became this whole joke to me towards the end. There's probably going to be a lot of unicorns springing up soon. A unicorn is a term for $1 billion startup. There are a few companies, I'm sure, out there that look quite strong right now. And with the right marketing and the right plays and strategic stuff to happen, a unicorn is born and you can take out investments and as they get sold. That's the thing. Unicorns get sold. They never flourish into their own company, it feels like. It's very rare. It's often because they get so fucking big so fast that they're not able to sustain themselves anymore. So yeah. What am I thinking about? I'm thinking about you, one of you. Not sure who you are, but I want you. Yeah. Who do I want? I don't want anything from you. I just want you. I mean, I really want love. Don't we all? Yeah, I think I'm gonna masturbate here pretty soon. What time is it? It's 11:10. I'm 12:30. Do I want to do it before or after? You know, let's wait for after. We'll wait for after my appointment. Then I want to catch up on Reddit. Went for a nice walk yesterday. That was fun. That was good. I'm quite sore. I know I'm sitting in a really awkward position. You know, your yoga position where you got your leg on top of your other leg. But because of the recliner I'm sitting in, none of this is right. It's not even a little bit. It's no. So there's that and things. And thinking about the fact that the house hasn't been vacuumed and it needs to be mopped. And I don't want to get into that conversation with my mom because she's going to be like, no, I'm the only one that mops and you are the only one that vacuums. I'm like, well, obviously I don't like vacuuming. It causes problems for my back. Could we try one instance where I mop and you vacuum? And it's going to be no, like it was last time. I really don't like her. What about the whole age play thing and the whole daughter and mother and all that stuff? That's really advanced stuff. Does that make sense? Like that for me is I have to be knowing your ass in real life before I try and do stuff like that. I'm not really going to be looking after it because truthfully the whole porn genre of it is not really what I like. Yeah, I know that there are some people, and the thing is, it can be very entertaining and very sexy and hot, but it's just not like watching it truthfully for me. It just doesn't like there's a disconnect. Like, ugh, I can't imagine doing that with my own mom. Ugh. Like, ugh, just, ugh. You know? Yeah. So, that's the thing. Like, your mind immediately tries to relate what you're seeing to your own situation, and therefore it doesn't really work. But in real life, if you're actually there with the individual, then you're experiencing what's happening. You're seeing and experiencing and feeling and all of that at once, and therefore it becomes different. It's more of you're in the moment and having fun rather than you see it on your TV or something and then you go, ugh. Because your brain gives enough time to think about it for a little bit, It's not saying that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that it's just not really what I would like to do right now. Yes, I do have concerning issues, of course, but I mean, what do I mean by that? So like, even if it is in real life, like it would have to be, there would definitely need to be rules and regulations to it. Like, it would only be during sexy time. I would not like the idea of someone just constantly calling me that. I understand that that might be your kink, but I'm just not comfortable with that being in public. It's not like I give a shit about their judgment. It's just more along the way of I'm trying to keep people from not starting to act a certain way. As soon as a person's uncomfortable, they're more willing to try and subvert doing things from you, more willing to justify not acting the right way to you. And while that's all well and good for certain things, you don't need to bring it into your life all the time. Alright? It's nice to be able to not have conflict and be able to go through your life normally and then have that moment when the moment is good. You don't need to stretch out the moment just because it was good that one moment, Experience it, live it, have that memory, think about it. But continuously doing certain things can start sparking up that normalization response of not just what you're doing, but also like the need to do more. Okay? Which can be good. It can be. Like, there are certain things that are just fine with that. And you can keep going and do more stuff with it. Just be, it's I don't know. I feel like it could be over time more detrimental than it is helpful to the whole relationship. You know what I mean? Like, it just doesn't become as fun. Just like, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Maybe because I haven't done it. That's my own thoughts and feelings currently. But everything's subject to change when it comes down to that. Would I love to just meet someone immediately and go to town? Like, they're gonna need to make a lot of first moves and really be aggressive, truthfully, because I'm terrified of getting caught into some sort of, oh, well, she was doing X, Y, Z and therefore couldn't consent or something like that, Like, I don't want to be caught up with that shit. And I'm usually pretty good at being like, look, you are a little insane. Like, this could backfire on me. So let's not do that. Maybe when you sober up, But, yeah, and then there's the whole, like, fact that, like, I don't know. I don't really see many people approaching me in that situation, to begin with. Not terribly. I'll look at you across the room and make eye contact, damn sure, but it doesn't mean I'm gonna go for you. Unlike that, yeah. I have to. Yeah, it's a problem. It's a problem. I'm working on it. One night to remember would be amazing, but I think we all know that I'll be watched no matter where I go, what I do. It might take a very long time for me to save up the money to even try and go to a concert. And that's if it's in the area that I'm in, you know? So, yeah. Hope you guys have a good day. If I had, what sexual orders, someone's saying this, like, what orders would you give me, sir? And I'm like, that's kind of weird, but I love it. Let me close this door. She's right there listening in. Motherfucker, I know you're listening. Anyways, if I were to give orders, it would be, guess who gets to get teased the entire day or the entire time until I start going off. That's right. You get to edge yourself until I show up and start going off on my own adventure. So probably not until like edge yourself until what time is it? What time is my appointment? 12:30? I don't know. Maybe 1:45 would be about right when I'm starting to. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm going to make sure to have my phone out and all that. And you'll know what's happening when it's happening. Just that's something. However, there is that whole thing where you did try get rid of maca, or maca, or whatever, that maca root. That shit is not really good for people. Like, a lot of people like it and it's sold, but it's you never know if you're actually getting real maca root first and foremost, because it's so prevalent and it's a sexual thing, and therefore it usually has additives. It doesn't have like any people measuring mercury content or other pollutants and stuff like that in it. So you have to be careful about those things. Like, I got my ashwagandha root and my my diamina, anyways, root leaf at leaf powder over at my local nature health shop, just by the fries, and that I trust that. And it looks like it's just straight up, they just bought the whole thing and then they just ground it up themselves. And like the actual leaves, they didn't even like they got the root, they got the leaves, from a good source, hopefully, and they just, did it themselves. They didn't need somebody to package it and all that for them. So that's kind of why I trust that a little more than other places. And the reasons why I trust turmeric root powder from spice racks is because they're food grade, meaning they should, no matter what, be safe to consume. Now, if it's from a supplement, they can change it any way they want, and they don't necessarily have to get it from a good source. They can make it as cheap as possible for them to get the most amount of profit from it. They do not have the regulatory body of the FDA over them, so there are better ways to be able to get those turmeric root and black pepper. Black pepper is basically, if you want to get the piperine out of it, it's just oil and heat. That's all you have to do. And in fact, you can just infuse your own oil with black pepper, and then you have the piperine or whatever in it that you need, no matter what. Like, you can get a whole giant thing of olive oil and just dump a huge Kirkland, like, black African whatever pepper it was. Dump it in there, the whole damn thing, and put it in a crock pot for a whole day or two, and there you go. You have all the oil that you need, pepperine that you need. combine the CBD oil, boom, done. If you have cannabis concentrate like rosin, there you go, boom, put it in there, you're good. Just make sure you don't put too much. Okay, it's all about making sure. Also be concerned about this. Your oil will be spicy. Do not put it near your eyes. Do not get it. This is an experiment I did do with myself. If you're a male, I'm not sure about female, but if you're a male, it will cause tingles. It will actually give you a little bit of a better effect. Honestly, it will increase the sensations. It's not the same as like KY jelly or whatever that is, where it just becomes icy hot for your dick, which, trust me, is terrible. It's literally terrible. Like, if you ever want to experience that as a woman, slather it all up inside and put it all around your clit. And put some good old fashioned nettle leaf around and slap it around. Oh my god, it's painful, and it ramps up. It doesn't go down, it gets slowly more and more painful. I did it with some petroleum jelly one time, trying to masturbate with it. And it was just terrible. It's just terrible. It really was. Don't do that. It's really not fun. There is already like a cannabis lube out there. And I saw Mary Jane on Twitter that apparently is quite useful. Here's the best part about it, though, is cannabis in general, the oil from cannabis, like the terpenes, everything about it, actually really improves skin, like super improves skin. It's really, really good. Like, I've noticed from me doing it, just masturbating regularly with lotion and oil, it's like my dick is soft as fuck. And I don't mean that in like it can't get hard. I mean like the skin is smooth and it feels really nice, and it's nice. It's much different than it was before. Much, much different. And ultimately, yes, you can do that. I would never suggest a woman probably doing that with the piperine, though. Even if you have CBD and the THC added into it with that other guy's lube, maybe you can try if you want to experience something that's really crazy. You throw even some MDMA in there and you would probably go off on your rocker. Like, straight up. You'd have the time of your damn life. I'm assuming. I don't know for a fact, but I'm assuming. Like, you would definitely experience some things. I'm not sure how good or how bad, but that's something that that's an experience. But no, I would never put psychedelics in there. No. I mean, technically MDMA is a psychedelic, but I would never put hallucinogens, like that into there, because quite frankly, you don't know the mechanism of it coming on, you don't know how fast, you don't know really anything that you really need to know, and they're not really meant to exhibit excitatory responses. Instead, they're more meant for like the psilocybin and 4-ACO-DMT are both, from what I've read, they're going to sort of give you a body high that sort of knocks you out, puts you on the ground, more than it does to excite you. So, yeah, that's the whole concoction of lube I would suggest. If you were looking to really, really have one hell of a time, to just go to town on yourself. Granted, this is kind of the best part, I think. If you're edging, you can put it on yourself and it actually takes a while to absorb. Now, once it's absorbed, you do very light teasing touches. and then you stop. You do Kegels. All right, you just do those Kegels. You get them going. It's squeezing that blood flow to the area, but also getting rid of it all at the same time. And then, you stop, go back to teasing for a little bit. You add some more of your concoction of oil or whatever it is, and then, you have your fun. To anybody asking whether or not to add the Dimena or whatever leaf powder to the oil, I have not found it to absorb into oil. I don't know if the compound itself is oil based, or same with pine gum tree bark powder. I don't know which compound it is that does this stuff. So I don't know if it's water soluble, acid soluble, alcohol soluble, or oil, fat soluble. No clue. I really don't. So yeah, like you can put it in the oil, but it's not going to combine and dissolve. And you don't know if it will start to interact with some of the other stuff that's already there. The reason why I'm saying get all these pieces already together and then add them together is because once you add heat to the equation, you start to facilitate more chemical reactions, and therefore you can ruin the product that you ultimately make. All right. So yes, I don't know. It could help. It might not help. It's really up to you what you want to do on that end. Same with the pine gum tree bark powder. Sunflower lectin. Okay, sunflower lectin, I saw it does seem to apparently help women with fat deposits that are in their breasts and other areas that are hard, and apparently it helps get milk flowing for women that are having a trouble doing that. So if you are doing the whole lactation thing, which I suggest, if that's what you're into, you want to try it. Be careful. Don't fuck around with hormones if you can, because it is possible to do it the completely natural way and just get like a basic breast pump and use that, only that, or even your own self, and to be able to facilitate and start up those things. There is other ways to make it go faster, but you gotta be careful. Like, you have to be careful. Playing around with hormones is a dangerous thing, especially with women. Estrogen's heavy on the expression of cancer. It really is. It's just a thing. It's not all bad. It definitely comes with good uses, and there are things that can help. But yeah, just be careful about that. And if you feel like that you're backed up or you're not getting stuff going, sunflower lectin can actually help that. It also helps redistribute and dissolve fat into your bloodstream, and therefore it can actually help keep it off of certain areas as much, and it more distributes it evenly, which is why it can be good. It also helps get rid of fatty livers and stuff like that. It's high in phosphatidylcholine, which is really good for both your gut and your brain health. Just all in all, sunflower lectin is a good thing to have. The problem is that it's usually processed with fucking acetone and hexane. So don't get the powdered version. Get the fucking, capsules. Yes, they're more expensive, but, I feel like you at least know what you're getting a little more. I'm not sure if they still use the same process. I really have to look into that. But yes, it can be useful. Then there's the whole... So if you're a woman and you're on the pill, I don't know if doctors told you this, but your libido will go down. It is a very common side effect. There is this apparently injected rod that goes underneath your skin that slowly secretes this hormone that prevents you from getting pregnant. It's basically as effective as an IUD. from what I've been told, but not very many people know about it. I only saw it from an infographic from another person, a woman who did it and was raving about it because they didn't have to deal with the pill every goddamn day, and they didn't have to deal with an IUD that has to be taken out or anything. It's just an injection underneath the skin. That's all it is. I do not know if it is accepted in all insurance policies or anything like that, but I do know that it is an option. From what was sort of there anecdotally, there wasn't as much of a decrease in libido, if that makes sense. So be, ready for that if that's what you want to do. The pills can be easier, truthfully, and then there's always like the morning after if you're doing that. But yeah, like birth control is rough. For women, it really is. Oftentimes, it's made by men, by men's minds, into how they think the female body works. Unfortunately, a lot of times females didn't really know how they worked either back in the day because they were never taught. But there are now women that are well versed and very apt and can make better fucking things than a man can, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes down to that. Alright? That's me. That's my thing. I think it's fine. I think it's doable. I don't know what it could be because I don't know biology that well, to the degree that these experts really do. Like, I know, this is the thing, like, I know a little bit about a lot of things, and that makes me appear smart, but I'm not actually that smart. Like, reality-wise, I'm pretty dumb about a lot of the in-depth information of things. But I also find that once you start going in-depth, there becomes biases, there becomes all these preconceived notions of what this can and cannot be, and sometimes that's stifling for the actual creativity of finding new solutions or new avenues of approach. Because of course it's only this way, and why even experiment to see if it isn't exactly that way? Clearly it's that way, when there are so many things in biology that you could probably look at and maybe get a better understanding if you were to re-look at them and re-examine them and try and replicate old experiments and hopefully find more accurate results to better facilitate new medicines, new treatments, stuff like that. Then there's so there's a lot of different things going on there. Would I ever suggest anybody just take MD? Here's the thing. It will absorb slowly with that, if you didn't know, and more completely, and because it's absorbing through the mucous membrane of the vaginal wall, it will bypass the liver, and so less will be made into MDMA initially, and so it can be quite strong. And so I would be very careful with the overall amount that you're using, if that's your thing. I have to pee again, goddammit. Alright. Back. I always wish I could just, it's weird. That's, I was just about to go just to have, a maid or a slave. Just, every time I go pee, it's like they always drink it. I don't know, the sense of power and satisfaction from that's pretty great, I bet. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mostly drink water and coffee and whatever my supplements are. There's very little actual, most of my urine is quite clear, truthfully, and it doesn't smell, so it's not that bad. But then there are people that really like that. They want the gag. They want to be like, oh my god, that's terrible and everything, because maybe it just degrades them more. I don't really know. But I'd be less inclined to do that, mostly because in order to get the smelly pee and stuff, like, you have to really dehydrate yourself, and then you have to, like, have asparagus and other stuff that really changes it, and yeah, I don't know, just one of those things, I guess. Anyways, I went off on a tangent. Someone out there keeps thinking about pee a lot every time I go pee. Seriously, one of you is obsessed with me on that, and I applaud you. But you're not here, so I mean, yeah, that's how that goes. What else? I think. Well, I'm trying to help facilitate, like, because cam girls have to perform all the time. Like, it can be daunting. You can get overrun. You might not have, like, the ability to really want to keep going. And so, or there are some times when I want a marathon, they need a marathon session of people, meaning, I assume that this is a thing where they will basically masturbate for hours at a time, and have multiple orgasms. That's tiring. You need water, you need food, you need to rest, and you need to also be fairly physically fit to be able to do that. Like, you can't, that's rough work. Like, you try and give yourself an orgasm 6 times in a goddamn hour, I guarantee you at the end of that, you're gonna not be feeling, you'll be real fucking content, but I'll tell you what, you're probably very dehydrated by that point and starting to get a mild headache. So yes, these are techniques. These are lube stuff that can ultimately help to facilitate some of those sessions. Never, and I do mean this, never use amphetamines to try and make it work. Never. It is not a good idea to play around with that. Yes, I know I recommended MDMA. That was only because it's up to you, but I will never recommend something like methamphetamine or Adderall or anything like that. Mainly because it will catch up to you extremely fast. Extremely fast. And hell, National Geographic had a whole underground world of porn where you see there are some that are just hooked to drugs. That's all they're hooked to, just drugs. And if they need to have the money for their drugs, they'll take the drugs. They get into the mood for the sex. Then it becomes this whole other thing. Like, it's a runaway spiral. It's never good. Never good. Yeah. Be careful with that. Same with MDMA. That's really not every day, obviously, and it's really, really not even, hell, it'd be more of a once every 3 months, hopefully, because of the depletion of your serotonin levels that can happen as a result. Now, do I think that it could increase empathy and have fun for both partners? Yes, but it'd be mostly for the woman, as she would be absorbing it. It would more than likely not do much to your penis, other than maybe, I don't know, like, does anybody have any actual scientific studies or anecdotal evidence of, like, trying to get MDMA to absorb into your skin? Like, does it increase? Because if you do cocaine, it's an anesthetic. It will decrease sensation in that area. Will MDMA increase the sensation? Or decrease? Keep it the same? Change it? Just increase blood flow? What's happening? I don't know. And science probably doesn't have too many answers either. What else am I thinking about? I don't know. I got the picture of like someone laying on the bed, legs sort of on, the side, slowly kind of just teasing themselves over time while they're listening. I don't know if that's somebody out there, but I love that picture. Oh, yeah, I suppose that's a little too much. Going a little too far too fast. But that's really up to you if you want to have that kind of a thing. Yes, you will get release. You get release when I'm finished. Or as soon as I get home. I don't know. That's really basically up to you when you want to have the big old. I just say tease yourself. Try and make a day out of it. It is Thursday after all. I love Wednesday. Wednesday is one of my favorite days, and it's not because it's hump day or any bullshit like that. Wednesday is Wednesday. You're not complaining that it's Monday. You're not complaining that it used to be Monday. You literally just shut up and work, and you're not complaining about the weekend. You're not thinking like you are in the middle of the week. You are just doing what you're doing, That's why I like Wednesday. Because it just is the day. It's not like special like the weekends. It's not, you're not anxious about it becoming the weekend. You're not angry that the weekend's over. It is just Wednesday. And truthfully, if nobody hates you and ultimately everybody basically just gets shit done on your day, then isn't that the best day? You know what I mean? I don't know. Perhaps I'm a little biased in that regard. Anyways, I gotta stop here. I hope some of you are having a great day today and you got your plans and hopefully don't have any stands following you around. Be careful out there. People are, men specifically seem to have a harder time, I think. But that is to say women don't also become sort of creepy. So, yeah. Yeah, I suppose that's about it. What about vibrators and stuff like? Look, edging is edging. Get as close as you want. I don't really give a shit what you're using to tease yourself with. I don't really care how you're doing it. It's an edge contest. The only way you fail is if you actually. Okay, so I suppose yes, there is supposed to be a punishment for failure. I don't know. I don't really have a good one. It's always like slap yourself, give yourself 10 really hard spanks on your pussy. That should give you an indication of don't fuck up. I don't know. I want it to hurt. Alright. I am sadistic after all, just a bit. I do have my own things, but that's why you communicate stuff like that. What about like how many times? 10 times per each one, I guess. If you have a multiple orgasm, guess what? You just set yourself up for 10 each fucking way. You have aftershocks. Hey, guess what? That's another one. 10. So be careful out there. Be careful. Alright, I have to pause this. It's basically 11:50, almost 12, and I haven't even scrolled through Reddit, so, yeah.
Agreeing or
Disagreeing.
because I'm not an expert in it, and it's just above my
I get
expertise.
that. I kind of figured
outside of my boundaries.
Yeah. I kind of figured, not just you, but my psychiatrist would more or less say the similar thing, like, oh, okay, it looks like you got this together, but Of course, I can't really recommend you are going to do it, but it does seem like you're trying to do it in a safe way, blah, 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 blah. You know, you can kind of sort of know what people are going to say when it comes down to that. I mean, I knew that you were interested in it. There's a conference coming up in Arizona on psychedelics.
Yep.
Pretty soon. There is a just look around ticket. They have a couple of those available for like $25 or something, which I might actually
really?
be able to
That'd be
to
cool.
afford.
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
I just saw that it's at $250 for the whole.
Oh no. Those are for the people that are like, you know, like, yeah. There's just like wander around and talk to people tickets,
right
so
on.
that are pretty cheap. I don't actually have the link on my phone. I have it saved on like in one of my mini Chrome tabs.
Okay. Yeah.
So
Gotcha.
yeah. So I was thinking about going to that. Unfortunately, it is, if I remember correctly, during sometime. No, I actually do have time during that.
It's like early February or something like that.
Yeah, it's like, so I might be able to make that. I might be able to save up the money and get that done. It'd be nice to go talk to some experts and see what they've got going on. I still have. I bought it back, my 4-ACO DMT back in the end of December, and I still haven't received it. I'm impatient, I know that, but I did do a whole express order. It's been stuck in customs literally the entire 2 weeks since it's been purchased. So it's just like, oh, am I ever going to get it? You know, like, is it really going to be a thing? And I sort of emailed them, let them know, yes, it's been stuck in customs, but I haven't seen anything happen to it. I haven't received any email back from them, so, you know, that's a thing that I need to. I'm really hoping that like it allows me to break through this barrier that I have currently with myself, because I am starting to get more of my good habits back. I'm starting to eat better. I'm starting to eat less. I'm starting to work out more, and I'm keeping journals. And in general, I am slowly getting back into those good habits.
Okay. What do you attribute that to? What helped you get back into those things?
Quite frankly, the lion's mane mushroom that I started taking. It's a supplement that helps regen the myelin sheath around nerves, as well as actually helps nerves regrow and regenerate, both in the brain and body. And while taking it, I started feeling like, oh wow, that I can finally feel again. Oh, I can move this again. I don't have a dead sensation here anymore. Oh wow, you know, like all these things started coming back online and getting better, like bowel movement, stomach, like a whole bunch of stuff really. Started getting better. My own memory, my own mental fog, and ability to be mentally resilient to my depression and anxiety increased. That plus the journals really helped. I think getting myself normalized to just talking, because I got into the habit of talking to my mother. She's terrible. She's a terrible person to talk to. It's all about her, and if it's anything to do with her having to maybe do something with me, and it turned into this whole, basically, I want to call it a breakup, because that's basically how it would go. It was essentially, I never want to do anything with you, and why don't you have your own friends? I don't want to do anything with you, John Tyler. Basically repeating that over and over and over again. And I basically just went, yeah, you know, you're right. I don't really need this from you. You know, like, I don't really need to be around you, and quite frankly, I really only use you to be able to get to do things. So, yeah, you're just not worth it. My time anymore, I guess. But, I mean, it hurt in the moment, because it was like, well, damn, my mom was basically saying she never wants to fucking do anything with me. But it was liberating in its own way, because I was like, she doesn't want to do anything with me. I'm free of that shit. You know what I mean? And talking to her less has helped my self-esteem dramatically.
Really? Okay.
So, that's great. And then, I mean, there's just a lot of stuff that basically sort of helped coincide the facilitation of better energy and mood in general.
Gotcha.
So.
Okay. So the lion's mane as well as kind of setting boundaries with mom.
More like just straight up ignoring mom.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
How does that affect, her kind of helping you with your stuff? Does that?
She's not. I'm doing it all by myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like going over to the Social Security office and getting my thing, and going to the Washington Manor for the interview for getting my own apartment out there, and a whole bunch of other stuff. Like, I basically just was like, I'm doing this myself. I really don't fucking need this negative person. I'm starting to realize more that this negative individual actually makes both the act of doing whatever we're doing worse and more stressful and anxiety provoking than just doing it by myself. Just fucking don't have problems doing it by myself, but when she's there, it's like, oh my god, this is going to be a thing. How am I saying this right? I have to make sure to watch how she's acting and know how to respond.
Previously also felt like it would be more helpful to have mom there?
Yeah, I did. I did. But then again, I was also under the impression that my mom gave a shit about me. So, things change.
Right.
Viewpoints get updated. Yes, while I had my whole meltdown with my paranoia and everything, she wanted to pretend that she was trying to help me, but in reality, she really just wanted to control things. And then when they didn't give her power of attorney, it turned into this whole, like, I can't believe you're doing this, you're gonna go bad, everything's bad, everything's gonna be terrible for you, you have no idea. I'm like, you didn't know fucking shit, look where I'm at now, I'm already better than every fucking thing you have currently. So, I don't know, just one of those things where it just made me realize that, like, going through that, I really needed somebody there, and I latched on to the abusers that were in my life because they were the only ones around. And now that I no longer have the abusers, I don't need their approval, I don't need their shit anymore, then, yeah, I felt better.
Yeah. But is there anybody now that you can talk to when things are feeling?
Well, I did talk to my friend. I set up a meeting, I think about 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, something like that, with her. Had a good conversation for the most part. I did most of the talking, which I didn't really like, but that's how I am now. I'm a little talkative. Didn't try to tell her too much of, like, my plan, so that way I didn't feel like, like I got the reward from it, you know what I mean? If you haven't seen that study, where basically people will tell their friends that they're doing this thing, their friends, oh, that's really good, they get their reward, but they never did it, and they won't continue to do it because they already got the reward. So,
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's something I started noticing back in 2017, and then I decided, oh, I'm going to change that. I'm going to try and do that a little less, which is good. It's been helping. Maybe I'll set up another meet. She wanted to go hiking at some point. I'm going out this weekend with my parents up to Payson. Main reason why is mostly mushroom hunting and to get to see some sights and get out of the city.
Okay.
Otherwise, I really wouldn't fucking go with them. Both my dad and my mom are going. I think we're bringing our dog too. I'm not sure actually. So yeah, but that's all happening tomorrow, and later today I've got physical therapy, which has kept me more than sore enough. I've been wanting to try and get yoga going and stuff like that, but honestly, I'm usually wiped for a good 3 days after just. And the thing is it's not like it's super significant, It's not like I'm lifting 500 pounds or I'm doing any. Like it's targeted and it fucking rocks my body. Like after the first day, I'm like, okay, I can still. Then the very next day, I'm like, oh my god, this is stiff. Oh shit, ow, 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 ow.
Gotcha.
So. I think magnesium has been helping that with the body stiffness and stuff, and help overall with making sure muscle gets made and stuff like that too. But it's not, I'm still sore. It's not like I'm going to be going and doing yoga, but I have been trying to stretch, basic regular stretch. Yeah, and I've been walking more often, both either the day of and the day after. It's more recent that I've been walking. That's more. Most of my walking is usually like, I need to get the fuck out of this house, so I'm going to drive over to a Goodwill. It's been a Goodwill typically most of the time, and I'll just go walk around and look at electronics or toys or art or something like that, because it's interesting and it gives me a chance to get out of the house and walk around a little bit. So,
totally.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a good strategy. All right, so lately you feel like you've kind of hit your stride and you're doing more kind of productive things, going to physical therapy. You kind of cut ties with mom, so you don't have any expectations for her. She doesn't really have it for you now, and that's been beneficial. Been journaling more, came up with a plan for how you might use that hallucinogen, and yeah. So I wanted to talk about our last session because I was kind of concerned after our last session. You seemed like you seemed different. Like I hadn't seen you in that way before. Do you remember our last session?
Not terribly well, honestly. It was a while ago now. It's been over 2 weeks.
Yeah. Close to a month. Yeah.
Yeah. So I have to say you'd have to remind me a little bit. Yeah.
So like just what I noticed was like you seemed pretty kind of like elevated and almost like it seemed to me like almost like like almost manic, kind of like hypomanic.
Okay.
And it seemed like maybe you hadn't been taking care of hygiene so well. You said that I think you were showering like once a week,
which is still increased over the once a month it was.
Okay. Gotcha.
I mean, you gotta start somewhere.
Totally.
Yeah. And now it's been like every 3 days, and I've been brushing my teeth more often, so I've been keeping up better on hygiene too.
Right. I just wanted to bring it just to kind of see like what that was like for you, because like since it seemed like there was a regression happening, it seems like you kind of pulled yourself out of that. But what I'm wondering what.
Yeah, I do have to say it did start getting a little manic there, but it wasn't like. That's the best way to put it. It felt like stuff was starting up again in my body, if that makes sense. Like my stomach no longer had this constant crunch and feeling of like just uneasy crap. Like as the lion's mane, that's when I first saw you is when I first was like the first week I think on lion's mane. And now this is about a month and a half now on it, a month and a week maybe. So it's been a much different ride in terms of like how it's like I started getting the energy, and then your body gets used to having the energy, it more properly utilizes it, and I was elevated mood-wise for a good while, but it was never to the point where I was starting to go off into grandiose thoughts or stuff like that. And truthfully, I had my low moments too. There were several moments, like just last week or earlier this week even, where I think at one point I was just curled into a ball on the couch. Like I literally couldn't handle the day. It was that bad off. But at the same time, something was going on with my stomach thing too. Like I had major cramps, super nausea. Like I went to the urgent care to be able to get some anti-nausea and anticonvulsants, benzoate and Zofran respectively. And those helped. And eventually it passed, and at the end I was feeling better, and I'm starting to get some of the nausea back and stuff like that again. It's slowly creeping up on me. I'm not sure what's causing it, but I do have an appointment at the end of this month with my primary care, and I'll be asking them about getting to a cardiologist to go over and see if I did have any problems with my aorta due to those antibiotics that have been shown to have those issues, and other things besides like this nausea and everything else is like it might be GERD, might be my GERD acting up, and it could cause, it could be that there is a mass or something down there that, thanks to, unfortunately for people with GERD, they do actually sometimes get cancer in their throat and stomach and stuff like that. So I'll take a look at that. Hopefully, that gets sorted, and then
Okay.
yeah, and then
So another thing that now I'm remembering was I was concerned because it seemed like you were kind of giving up on the idea of your personal independence. It seemed like you had resigned and said, I'm not even ready to leave my parents and kind of screw it to even trying to find housing for myself. Like I'm just stuck here. That's kind of my concern.
No, I
Like
kind of got
like
over that a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah. I'm more concerned that I won't be able to do it due to other reasons now, but I still think that it's possible. So
okay,
yeah.
Still, because I felt like our main goal with here was kind of focusing on that your independence.
Yeah.
But maybe we need to reevaluate. Like, what do you? I want to make sure you're getting the most out of counseling. So
right.
What is our focus here? What are we working on moving forward?
I don't know. Honestly, I feel like I've been doing a lot of good things. I really need to focus more on hygiene. It's once every 3 days, and it's not like I brush my teeth twice a day.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
What prevents you from doing that?
Truthfully, I think it's not that healthy. I know that people are like, you need to brush your teeth twice a day and all this, but if you look at their diet, heavy on soda, heavy on carb, like all this stuff that basically rots your teeth, I don't do that. I drink some coffee in the morning. I mostly drink water the entire time. Most of my food is not acidic in any way. If you didn't know, most of your water has fluoride in it already. So there you go. Then there's the case for good and bad bacteria within your own mouth. If you continuously brush, it does help.
Healthy? What do you think is a healthy?
Every once I want to at least do it once a day. Right before I go to bed.
Okay. Have you been doing that?
No, I've been trying to though. I've been mostly doing it when I shower, because when I don't know, when I was younger and as a teenager, like my routine was get up, immediately shower, brush my teeth, do everything in the shower, get the fuck out, go to school. So that's, I don't know, I just grew into the habit of like, if I'm not brushing my teeth in the shower, I just don't feel right. You know what I mean? It just it's not as relaxing. I gag more. It's messy. Just, I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So your goal is to at least brush once a day. How about showering? How often?
Well, that I also wouldn't mind doing at least once a night. But the thing is that I don't do all that much to cause a lot of like sweating and things. So if you constantly like shower with soap and water, you're always taking off your bacteria that's on your skin that is both good and bad. I don't know. So I've been mostly just scrubbing off the basic dirt and using, proper soap and like conditioner or whatever, or maybe lotion on certain areas to make sure that they stay clean, cleaner. Everything else.
Do you feel like it would be a good routine to get back into? Just hop in the shower, whether or not you use soap or not, and brushing your teeth, just so that you get that away each day, and it's a good way to kind of start your day off on the right foot. Do you think that might be helpful?
I've been thinking about that too, but I don't know. I don't know. I have a really hard time even just doing taking my medication and setting up and for me, waking up is almost as stressful as doing anything else. It's a very sudden shock to my system. It takes me a while to actually wake up and start to be able to do things. I'm just never 100%. Granted, I know that sounds weird. Why do you need to be 100% to get into the shower? And it's sometimes I have moments where I have to just sit down in the shower because I can't even stand. And
what, the pain is just too much?
No, it's just I literally get winded just standing there. I can't. It's not can't breathe. It's my heart just doesn't want to get the blood that I need to places.
Generally when you wake up, or just when you shower?
When I shower, usually, yeah. The longer and hotter it is, the faster it comes on. So, yeah. But so I've been modulating that too. Plus, honestly, like it's for me, it's not relaxing. Like when I take a shower, I want to relax. You know, I want to just relieve the stress. So I've been more thinking like towards the night that I'm, you know, like a couple hours before bed, and then I'm, you know, basically just relaxing and letting the heat, you know, relax my muscles and let go until I can go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Some people really like cold showers. I'm not one of them. I'm really not a cold shower guy. I tried it for a while, and yes, it will reinvigorate you, but god damn, is it not fun or pleasant. So, you know, that's really up to the individual, I feel. You know.
So what I'm getting the feel of is like a lot of this stuff you kind of avoid because it is unpleasant.
Yeah, and yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you're right. You know.
So, I mean, is that something we can work? Like, is that something we can work in kind of increasing your tolerance to the distress, right? Because I mean, yeah, like waking up every day, getting up when you don't, you know, when you have responsibilities, it's uncomfortable. You know, a cold shower, like you have to be willing to feel that uncomfortableness in order to feel the reinvigoration,
Yes.
right? But it's kind of like the same as your like mental health, right? There are things that you got to do regardless of how it makes you, regardless of how uncomfortable it feels, so that you can get the good consequences out of it, you know.
Yeah, and that's like, I guess I've been focusing more on the like eating correctly and working out a little more often side of like doing the uncomfortableness rather than the
So you are
self-care.
willing to experience some of the unpleasant sensations, emotions.
Yeah.
Especially with working out.
Yeah, it's not that I don't want to do it. It's just that, like, I don't know. For me, it's always tackle one thing, set it up to be a habit, and then move on to the next. Does that make sense? Like, I never try and do everything at once. Like, yeah, I know I need to increase my self-care, but I'm also doing this stuff already that does already increase stress, does already do this thing. I have not been built into a proper habit, and I still need to work on. So as I'm working on that, and I do build the habit, and I finally get it ready, then I can start moving and tackling on to the next thing, and focus more heavily on it, and no longer, you know, like have the. So that's usually how I do it. Like, it's slow, it's tedious, but I've found that that's one of the best ways for myself to be able to do it and have it stick.
Okay.
You know, not like just do all these things, get them all done, and then, you know, like, I'm good. It's just, you know, it doesn't work that way for me. Like, I need to slowly, step by step, have it
do you
built.
feel like I'm kind of telling you to do all these things at once right now?
A little bit. I think it's more along the lines that you're just pointing out that you should probably focus a little bit more on it. Maybe by the time we see each other.
But so with this conversation happened because I asked, what would you like to work on, and you said maybe I could work on my hygiene.
No, and I know, and then so yeah, I'm getting a little defensive, I'm getting a little explanatory.
All right.
Yeah, I know.
But,
Yeah.
so what part of that is kind of like that ambivalence, right? Like when you know, we all want to make changes, but a lot of stuff we're on the fence. We're not really quite ready. But it seems like you're getting overwhelmed by the idea, you know, especially me like suggesting, oh, you should do this on a daily basis.
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet.
But looking at the reality, if I am suggesting shower, brush your teeth once a day, is that a lot? Is that a lot on your plate? Because the way you're describing is like do all these different things when in reality we're talking about a shower,
just
brushing your teeth
setting up a
once
routine.
day.
Yes, I know. The thing is that if you already have that routine set up and you haven't been depressed for as long as I have, it's much easier to just say it's easy to get it done. But
So what I'm sensing is that you feel like like it seems like in the way you're perceiving it is like there's a lot more that needs to be done with a shower, like, you know.
No. For me, it's
Like,
perhaps I'm not explaining it right.
Well, you use the term like all these different things,
right?
When we're just talking about one shower.
And that's the thing. Like, yes, one shower, one thing, but you also have to take into consideration I'm also doing these other stuff. That is also, you know, you have to make sure to keep track of. So ultimately, while yes, I can introduce this into my routine, you still can't ignore the other stuff, and that's something I tend to do. Is that once I start taking, I'll start taking on something else, and I'll start to ignore the other thing, and that goes down. So when I say like I just want to slowly build it up, like yes, I know I need to focus on it, but right now I'm mostly focusing on this. It will get done. It just won't happen right away.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you attribute that to? Like, so it's kind of hard to find that balance.
It's more along the lines of I just never had that routine. Like when I say I've been depressed for as long as I have, that's over 20 years of depression and not self-care and not good health and proper eating habit and sleep habits and so many other things. Like truthfully, it's very dependent on just getting those habits built for the first time ever.
What's the barrier to starting habits?
No, I am starting habits.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's just they're slow. It's
right.
slow. It's not gonna immediately be me every single night taking a shower and doing that. Like it's just not gonna happen immediately. You know, it just takes time. Now, I'm not saying it's not gonna happen. It just takes time. It's just yeah.
Gotcha. Oh, I was just thinking, like, I was kind of coming up with a plan because you said you wanted to work on hygiene.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
What maybe,
I suppose a more realistic plan for me would be, like, writing it down these specific days, no matter what, I will be taking a shower. Okay. You know, like, this specific day and this specific time, this is when I shower. And I brush my teeth and I do all that.
What would that be like?
I need to write it down, yeah. I think I need to come up with I think Monday, Wednesday, and probably Saturday would be good.
Okay.
Yeah. That wouldn't be too bad.
No. Yeah. I feel like it's realistic and attainable.
Yeah. 10 p.m., 9 p.m., somewhere around there.
Good way to kind of wind down.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I mostly go to bed around midnight to 1 anyways, which I have been good on my sleep schedule.
Sleep has been good.
Yeah. I've been keeping my sleep nice. I mean, it's not perfect. I do have my 6 hours and my 4 hours from time to time, but definitely much more waking up at the same time.
That might have been what was also happening when I last saw you, was not good sleep.
Yeah, sleep really changes your hormones.
Absolutely, yeah.
So if you don't have good sleep, if you're not getting enough, you're not sleeping the right way for your body, you just have hormones all out of whack.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Totally. So how have you been changing your sleep patterns? What's been helpful there?
The clonidine I've been taking, that has been helping. Truthfully, it just started slowly happening after I started taking the lion's mane mushroom.
Okay.
I mean, I already had built up the habit of consistently sleeping at the same time previously, and then I had my little, like, I'm going to call it a mini stroke because it's close to what people describe it as, and then after that, I started having more issues, and I was using more of my cannabis to basically facilitate being able to sleep properly. But yeah, after the lion's mane mushroom showed up, it just sort of like brought back that both the healthy eating habits, the sleep habits, all those things just sort of reactivated. Honestly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So what else? What else might I be helpful for?
How's your day been, buddy?
It's been busy. We had this week. We had like so many people calling out. So,
oh really?
Yeah.
Why is that? You think?
I don't know.
That's
weird.
weird.
The reasons for calling out, but I think
Maybe it's just like no longer the New Year's resolution. You're done with it.
Yeah.
It's like, I tried the 2 sessions. It wasn't for me.
Yeah.
And I'm like, at best, 3 months you might start making some progress. Okay.
Right.
At best.
Yeah.
You have to also really trust the person and know what you want to start focusing on to be able to get that 3 months to start really helping. Oftentimes people have no idea what their problems are, have no idea where they should start focusing on, and they're lost. And they got to take a while to talk to someone before they start going, oh, so that's the reason why, or oh, yeah, I probably could do that, and I never thought about it this way. Standard stuff, really.
Right. But yeah, other than that, it's going pretty smoothly.
It's good.
Yeah.
You said you were moving out of your parents, right?
Yep.
And did that happen all smooth?
Happened smoothly, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, it's working out pretty well.
Did you ever get like the headphones that you wanted or anything?
No. I did pick up a new pair of like earbuds just from Zia, just so that I was like there. And
yeah.
They're decent. They're cost.
I mean, that's the thing. Like your $10 to $30 earbuds are actually pretty decent most of the time. Yeah.
I mean, they're much better than the last ones I was using.
Yeah. Like you go, like I have this old pair of athletic stuff that I used to use. Shoot, it was it's close to a decade ago when I bought them, and I pair that up to like these old Sennheisers that I got that are supposedly worth like maybe $10-15.
Mm-hmm.
I got them off of Massdrop for like some package thing. You just pay $8 and you had the ability to have like a prize winning thing of different stuff. Vast majority of people got these particular earbuds. But yeah, they're ridiculously better than those fucking old ones. Like it's no contest.
Really,
it really isn't. I'm not gonna say that they're as good as like real bass on headphones and stuff like that. Like if you listen to, like, you can go to Fry's Electronics down that way, and they have some basic headphones that you can just try out for yourself. Just plug in your headphone or your phone or whatever and play that. Or there's this thing on Main Street, which is a music store, which I think also has a few.
Okay.
So if you want to ever try that and look through them, that's a way to do it.
Right on.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it myself, but I've sort of stayed back because, truthfully, I can't afford it.
Right.
It's like, that sure would be nice. I'm not going to tempt myself.
Same here.
Yeah.
My Amazon cart is like filled with all sorts of books. It's like, I'm just not going to pull the trigger on that yet because I can't really afford it. So,
Yeah, I've been kind of similar with. There are a couple of mycology books that are good for growing and knowing for medicinal plants and all that stuff that I've been wanting to get, and so I've been thinking about my allowance instead of buying like.
Yeah, so that's what I was asking with Mom. Like, so she's still willing to like.
Give me an allowance. Yeah, I mean, I'm still doing the chores.
Okay. It's just you guys are distance now.
Yeah, and it's not like I'm not doing anything in the house. I'm still doing chores.
Okay.
We have this miasma of a particular chore going on where she doesn't want to vacuum and she would prefer to mop. I don't want to vacuum because it hurts my back, and I would like to try and mop. I would love for it to be just once, but it turned into an argument when I brought it up the first time. Or first or second time, last time that I brought it up, shouldn't really say. And it turned into this, and we basically left it alone. And so now there's dog hair piling up and stuff like that. She has a vacuum. I'm not going to vacuum. And that's kind of where it's at. I'm determining whether or not, I'm still deciding whether or not she's going to, I shouldn't say that. I'm still wondering if whether or not she will be giving me the allowance or if she'll shortchange me because I didn't do this or that or something like that, even though we had this argument, and then she'll pretend that, so I'm worried about that. She could potentially just decide to go, you know what, you didn't do this and I'm not going to give you the money.
Where does Dad fit in with all this?
He doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. He doesn't do jack shit. He works. He sometimes lies to my mom, and other times, in reality, my mom's just fucking paranoid as fuck.
Gotcha.
And they've been having their own fights. Now that I'm not there to basically be the buffer between the two, they're having their fights, they're arguing more.
Oh, because you're just like not communicating with Mom so much, you're not getting
basically,
yeah,
I'm not the one that she used to take her shit on anymore.
Right.
So my dad's the one that gets it.
Okay.
So, and my dad is starting to go, I can't reason with your mom. I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, she's fucking paranoid and she has her own issues. So, this is you. I'm not getting involved here. Okay. And I normally take my hearing aids off and I can still hear them screaming, but luckily I don't know what's being said, and so I can just ignore it and not have to butt in and do anything like that.
But that's gotta be stressful for you to be hearing that.
Yeah, it's actually funny.
Okay.
I've been laughing at it more.
Gotcha.
truthfully, because I'm like, it's just another perpetuation of the same cycle.
Mm.
You guys are doing the same thing. You haven't changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm the one over here working on myself. You fucks can go get bent.
Yeah. Okay. How will the trip be with parents this weekend, you think?
Oh, I hope not too bad. I hope not too bad.
Anything that you might do that might help it go smoothly so that you can get the most out of the experience?
I'm not planning on really talking too much to them,
Okay.
truthfully. I'm mostly going to be going around, and they plan on getting rocks, essentially, because
Okay.
they need rocks for the yard.
Gotcha.
Um,
Is this something worth talking about, like kind of exploring that and how to make sure like communication with mom can go smoothly or not so much?
you know, truthfully, the thing is that I don't really want to try and tiptoe on eggshells around her
Right.
anymore about how I talk and how
So
I
you're just gonna
act.
be yourself.
Yeah,
That's
I'd like
your-
to not have
yeah.
to constantly be worried about her body language and how she's going to say something. But unfortunately, she is my mom, and I will be next to her. So my plan, for the most part, is to basically ignore and let them do their talking.
And also kind of
to
an
each-
acceptance.
Yeah.
Allowing them to do their thing. Allowing
Yeah.
her to have her perspective. If you're going to say something that you want to say, you're going to say it. And if she's got a problem with it, that's because
And I
of
don't,
her,
I don't
her
want to
own-
have it escalate into an argument. So I'll be trying my best to make it so that I don't try and retort back. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, biggest thing, I statements. I'm sure you've heard of.
Yes,
Just
I
owning
feel
them,
this.
yeah.
I am.
Right.
Yes, I used a lot of those back with my last therapist towards her. She fucking doesn't give a shit how you feel,
Mm.
and in fact, it's like you don't feel that way, and that's a big red
She
flag.
invalidates you.
Yeah, it's real rough. It's real rough. She's a total bitch. I mean, no fucking lie. She like if I knew her not as my mother and didn't have and she just was talking to me, I would get the distinct feeling that she's putting on a mask to be fucking friendly. And then when I did get to know her, I would probably be like, yeah, she's just a bitch.
Mhm.
So, I mean, and the thing is like, it's unfortunate because she brought forth a lot of other friends that were very similar and manipulative and all this. And you know, she
Why do you
basically
think-
doesn't have those friends anymore.
Yeah.
She only has my dad.
Why do you think she is the way she is?
She has her own abuse
Okay.
that she has to deal with and doesn't deal with.
Mm.
She has her own
trauma
issues.
that she-
Yeah, and she thinks that, you know, like, I'm good, I have my social security, so I don't need to do anything. Granted, I think that some of her abuse isn't quite as affecting her as much as it used to.
Mhm.
I can't say that for certain. It's just like the general way she presents herself versus
Right.
when she was trying to kill herself, or she did start to have those thoughts and stuff. Versus now, it's more along the lines of I got away with something. You guys need to pay attention to me, listen to me,
Mm.
and you know I just need to always get my own way,
Mhm.
sort of deal.
Mhm.
And unfortunately, it kind of got brought forth after even more so after the second attempt, which she, I feel, only did because her first attempt, it was told by me and my dad that she basically took the pills that she did by, they were never going to kill her. She knew that.
Mm.
She knew that there was no way for her to die on them. Same with the second time.
Mhm.
So yes, she's very manipulative.
Yeah.
She
Like,
is.
you felt like there were clearly calls for attention.
Oh yes, very much so. And she got even more attention the second time because we were backing away and not paying as much of attention to her and calling her out on some of her actions again. And then she got sad and she started gambling more, and then eventually she decided to try and take her life again. I put that in quotation marks because she fucking knew that the medicine wasn't going to kill herself. It would only put everybody in a bunch of stress and essentially like her.
Mhm.
And so, yeah, for me, I don't have much sympathy for her. She doesn't want to work on herself. She has highly manipulative tendencies. And quite frankly, she never really thinks about anything beyond herself. She is a sociopath,
Mhm.
as far as I'm concerned.
So I'm just to kind of not devil's advocate necessarily, just kind of look at all the options. Like, is it fair to call her like a total bitch if a lot of this is because of trauma? Yes, maybe she doesn't.
Your
want to work on
actions
it.
make you a bitch, but that doesn't. I mean, that's the thing.
Well,
Like,
do
your actions.
Do your actions make you who you are? do your actions define you?
They definitely help, for
It's
sure.
part of it.
Yeah, I
It's a
mean, like
contributing factor.
your trauma and your own identity with your likes and like your
But if you're
being is made up of many different things. It's not one thing.
Right.
Right. But I don't know. For her, like from my experience dealing with her, it just feels very much fake.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I just bring this up because, if you're going to use the term bitch to describe her, you're probably going to get really frustrated every time.
Yeah,
right? So
and it's
maybe
not the right word. She
not
is
the
a
right-
very, very arrogant and frustrating individual.
Okay. Right. So maybe a different emotional response, and if keeping that at the forefront of your mind when you're talking with her, it's like, she's dealt with her own crap that she's had to deal with.
Yes.
I don't have to put up with it with
Yes,
myself.
that's the thing. Like, that's where I start going, because people will try and play devil's advocate and say like, well, they're acting this way because such and such happened.
Right.
And I'm like, but they're not getting help and they're not trying to better themselves.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? What they are is they're wallowing in their anger and despair, and they're no longer allowing themselves to get better. So they're stuck on being an asshole.
Mhm.
So.
But still, like, there's reasons why people get stuck as well, right?
Right.
And part of getting better is being able to confront those past traumas, and that's kind of the catch-22, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's just where my
I'm saying
whole
is
thing is.
explore
Yeah.
the possibilities,
Yeah,
give
no,
mom
and you're
benefit
good.
of
You're
doubt.
good, and you're because I'm very biased against my mother.
Of
I
course,
really am.
right?
And I
dealt with
do
a lot of crap,
appreciate
yeah.
you playing devil's advocate, because it allows me to not to start hating her like I did last year or the year in 2017, where I just thought she was the most evil person in the world.
Mhm.
Now it's more along the lines of like she needs help. She doesn't want to get help, and I think they both might be waiting on me
by
getting
you-
out of
right.
the house.
Well, also by you changing, that might bring.
Oh
right,
no!
that
Like
you're-
last time I started getting better is when she fucking went off the deep end and started
Okay.
trying to kill herself.
Okay, so how might we deal with that? What's the plan there?
Don't show her that I'm getting better. That's what I've been doing. Just do shit and keep it away from her. Seriously, that's
Yeah.
basically, because then she can't harp on, oh, you're doing this, oh, you're doing that, oh, you're
Okay.
getting more attention, oh,
So
you're
just so I have a better understanding of your experience, basically a lot of your depression, a lot of your being stuck in depression is because, or might be because how mom responds when you start getting better, and there's just a lot more stress in the home once you do kind of make
Oh yeah,
improvements.
oh
Gotcha.
yeah, it's difficult. It's
Right.
it's a
But
scary thing.
that is kind of one way your depression might serve you. It's like as long as you don't stay in your role in the family, then there will be less chaos and and then less kind of stuff going on.
I mean, that's the thing, yeah. Like, if I stayed the problem child, the one that's
Right.
depressed and can't do this and can't do that,
Right.
then I become the scapegoat still, like I always have been.
Right.
You know?
Mhm.
No, they get to have their own fights and do their own thing.
If mom somehow starts like noticing that you are getting better, and,
and
it becomes clear that she's kind of responding in an unhealthy way, what is the plan there? How might we plan for that?
Bring up how she might be acting incorrectly. Like, look, I'm trying to get better. This is helping me get better. You are causing more stress and anxiety.
Mhm.
Please change your actions.
Okay.
That's the best I can
most
do.
you can do.
Yeah.
But still, accepting that this might be hard for mom, and she might react however way, but I'm still going to do what's best for me because you got to look out for number one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's a rough go. It's really touch and go.
Right.
I would love to say that I can just immediately do this, or I can do this action, or whatever it is, and then it'll magically work.
Yeah.
But the fact is that this plan of mine is like the only plan I really have to really break through fast enough to the point where, like, not only can I exceed expectations of myself, but be able to utilize this newfound whatever to be able to not just get a job and save money, but also start getting friends and start looking for love again. Start feeling like I can be vulnerable to someone.
Right. Gotcha. So continuing to allow yourself to feel vulnerable, and especially like, would you say you're kind of in a motivated phase right now?
A little bit, yeah.
So I mean, I think we've talked about this before, but we can't really rely on motivation.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So it's like you've made changes. You're starting to walk more You were taking showers more frequently, all that stuff, right? So like that's the essential part is like continuing to do it, continuing to stick to these things that you've already changed, in spite of starting, if you do end up lacking
Yeah,
motivation.
and I've gone through a couple of those moments already.
Where you just kind of powered through it.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. The journaling helped. Really did.
Gotcha.
Really, like
Okay.
keeping the journal to be able to process my thoughts and emotions throughout the day,
Right.
and making sure to try and hold myself as best I can accountable to certain good things that I'm doing,
Right.
like making sure I don't.
Yeah, so let's run through the plan now. Like, what is a good routine that you would like to kind of stick with the next couple of weeks?
Let's see here. Well, I don't quite know what's going to be going on this weekend. That kind of
Physical
disrupts stuff.
therapy, how often are you going into that?
Twice a week.
Twice a week.
Yep.
Do you know how long you'll be doing that for? It just kind of depends on how
Yeah, I don't actually know,
Okay.
honestly. I think they'll just keep me going until they're like, "Yep, you're cured." Which, at that point, I'm like, "But I'm not. Train me more. You're accepted by my insurance. Don't go."
You abandoned me.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll keep that for as long as I can. But of course, I want to start introducing yoga again and meditation
Well, let's start small.
more. Yeah.
So what is the current routine that we've got?
The current routine was waking up and sort of going and doing my journal after sort of like maybe one YouTube video or some scrolls through Reddit, basically just sort of seeing what's going on and then relaxing,
Right.
doing my journal.
Just waking up, basically.
Yeah, basically.
So journal every morning?
I journal throughout the day.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
So
usually morning, night, but
Okay.
sometimes during the midday. I
Gotcha.
keep the whole thing on one thing. I save it to my Google Cloud and
Okay.
also my computer.
So if we're gonna come up with like, if we're gonna stick by like certain rules, right? If you want to like make rules for yourself, it'd be like writing your journal daily on a daily basis.
Yeah, well, it's a voice journal.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. So
checking in a journal on a daily basis.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that one really helps. Making sure to take my supplements has been helping, like making sure to take it a specific way, at a specific time, and using it more as like an actual medicine than just take this stuff and you get this effect.
Right.
So I've been more regulating that. That's been helping, keeping that routine. Like when I get up, I do this thing, and I start making coffee or I start
Journal,
reading.
supplements, coffee.
Yep. So I basically have my whole like just wake up routine.
Right.
After that, it's usually while I'm journaling, come up with what it is I'm doing for the day, my either appointments or stuff
Kind
that
of
I
a
might.
to-do list.
Yeah, basically. Okay. I don't necessarily write anything down, but I do sort of talk about it, and
I think writing it down might be helpful.
Honestly, like I've been switching kind of both.
Okay.
I might start ramping it up more for certain things, like getting groceries. I need a list. I forget by the time I get there.
Right. Yeah.
And sometimes when I'm there, I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot to do that. Write that on the list.
Right.
So I've been doing that.
Okay.
I've only done that once, but like right. I want to get going more often on that.
Yeah. And sometimes like having that list can help if you do feel overwhelmed, right?
Yes.
Like in our mind, we might be like, oh, we've got all this stuff to do, and then we put it on paper, and it's like, oh, it's like 4 things.
Right.
Our mind was making this.
Yeah, and because oftentimes while you're listing those things that you're doing, you also go into everything else that encompasses them.
Totally. Right.
It's like, oh, I have to go to a dentist office. Yeah, I have to get the car. I have to drive. There might be traffic. Blah blah blah.
Right.
Just saying excuses is essentially why I don't like this thing. And in reality, if you just put it down there, it's that's just it.
That's it. Right. Okay.
So yeah, but
so that's kind of your morning routine.
Yeah, that's been kind of my morning routine / at night too.
Yeah,
where
day,
like
check in.
Yeah, check in with how I'm feeling. I usually
make therapy twice a week, and then you mentioned shower.
I want to try and
Saturday.
At least every 3 days. Currently, I will hopefully maybe next week, the week after next, start doing the Monday, Wednesday, Saturday thing. Just because this weekend it's going to be me going to Payson, and next week it's going to be. I mean, I can start it, but that's just how it goes.
Okay.
But yeah, keep that, and then try and maybe schedule walks. Like I used to kind of walk at a fairly regular time, but like more or less I've been doing it just to help relieve some of the either boredom or depression or whatever it is that I had going on. And honestly, I don't like walking around my neighborhood. It's never fun, you know what I mean? Like going to just a Goodwill or Walmart and seeing what's in the aisles and stuff, it's actually pretty nice.
But what is the purpose of the walk?
The walk is more or less just exercise, getting out of the house and keeping your head, on track.
Right. So does it have to be fun? I mean, yes, it's better if it is enjoyable and you can't make it to Goodwill, but if your goal is to just your physical health, get a 15, 20-minute walk in, that's part of that willingness to experience the unpleasantness.
Yeah. And
yes, it's not the most fun.
No, yeah, and so that's the thing. Like, you bait yourself into getting a good habit by like making it enjoyable at first, and then you start to put more emphasis on just getting it into a routine and getting it more as a actual thing that you just do constantly. Which is what I've been doing. Like, when I have my good moods and I'm like, yeah, I'm just gonna go for a fucking walk. I got this energy. I'm just gonna fucking do it. And then that's what I do.
But why not? But why not?
Just do it every day.
Even if you're not feeling up to it.
Yeah.
Just getting it in because it's helpful. Could be a preventative measure for depression.
Yes. No, you're right. I need to start doing it more often. I have to do that. I feel like I just don't. I don't know, what's the best way to put it? Like, if there's no fun to it, then
if there's no gratification.
Yeah, there's nothing there. Yeah, and then so I just slowly stop doing it. But the thing is, when I walk, I feel better. So really, like, for me, actually,
long term, right?
Yeah, and
you'd see more long-term, better outcomes.
Oh yeah, and it helps with sleep, it helps with mood, it helps with hormones, it helps, it helps. So yeah, it's good for that.
So if you were to come up with a goal on how often you'll walk between now and next time I see you,
I don't know. At the very least, once in the weekend. At the very least. I can't say every day. I have a basic walking route, and that's roughly 30 minutes to an hour, depending on how fast I'm walking, and how fast I can walk that day. So, and of course I also have like other areas and other routes that I know of that I can do, and they have their own times basically, but most of it's roughly about an hour. Okay. For the longer ones, but the shorter ones are 15 to 30 minutes. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Is that a good routine? Good plan?
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to be walking this Saturday.
Right. Yeah. Cool.
So, kicking over some cow patties.
Yeah.
Okay. I should focus on this. Why? You don't want me to record it because everybody else will hear? Okay, give me a second. If you can't deal with the insecurities that you have over the distance and how this is happening, then unfortunately I don't know what to say about that, because I need friends, I need to get out, I need to do things and have fun and talk to people and maybe even have someone there. But like I've said this before, it just every time you keep taking it the wrong way. It's not like I'm gonna just magically find somebody immediately. Okay. I don't even know who you are. I don't know how far away you are. I don't know any of these things. Quite frankly, I'm not going to be going anywhere or doing anything for a while. You need to calm down just a second and instead kind of focus on what we currently have going for us. Like, if you want this to work, then we're going to have to take it slow. We're going to have to try small things, and it's going to be one of those things where you don't have say in everything with my life just because you want to, okay? Yes, I know what I said, but 2016 is someone that will kill me, okay? It's not even about the money. It's really just about like having that there. I understand that you might not feel secure enough in the idea that I could love multiple people. I shouldn't say understand. I can sympathize with it. But the thing is, I'm not loving anyone but you right now. Does that make sense? Like going through this, doing this thing, we're all just trying to facilitate our needs currently. That is it. Alright. Real stuff happens in real life. It's difficult because I can clearly tell that you don't like the choices I'm making. And that they're making you upset, and unfortunately, like, I can't really change that. My actions are the ones that are best for me, and if you can't get behind the idea that doing these things helps me mentally and become a better person, then, well, I can't really say anything about that, I guess. I mean, like, it's just like, that's your insecurity, that's your emotions that I can set up boundaries and stuff, yes, but still, if you become that insecure, it becomes a problem. You need to be constantly validated sometimes, or, I mean, that's the thing, like, everybody needs to be validated at least a little bit, alright? But, I don't know, like, it feels a lot like a lot of what's going on is, I think your thought process might be that I'm just gonna immediately fall in love with somebody in real life, and I'm gonna get whisked away. In 2016, honestly, I don't even know where to look for her or whatever's gonna happen. Truthfully, there's not much I can do about 2016. 2016 is how it goes. Yes, I would love to build up and create music and do many things with you and experience life with you, but I would like to do that with anybody that's here, more or less. I only have so much to offer doing this. Does that make sense? And I need my own real love, you know? It could be you sometime at some point. I don't know. I really don't. I'll keep looking around. I'll keep trying to get money, keep saving up, trying to do my shit. But quite frankly, it's gonna take time. I would love to meet you out there and fucking get whisked away into the world of awesomeness. I really would. Sounds great. Can you somehow figure out how to make it so the government doesn't fucking fall? Can you? Like, there's a lot of stuff there, you know? There is no running away with this. There is no running away. I know you want there to be running away. That's just not gonna happen. And you honestly probably shouldn't run away. And I want this to work. I do. It's clear that you're not happy with some of the things. I will totally try and figure out how to make that happen. I will. I don't know when or how or any of that, but I'm still going to be doing my thing here, like trying to build up some self-confidence, trying to, talk to people, try to get friends again for the first time ever. Just don't be scared. I know that's hard to ask, Just don't think that I'm trying to put you on the back burner. Don't think that I'm trying to hurt you. I'm not. Um, this is why I'm still continuing to do this. This is why I'm still making a lot of my journals still. I've kind of stopped having as much fun just talking about my day to day and all that. There are a lot of different things that you don't want to admit. And I, I think both of us don't want to admit, truthfully, that we both are a bit insecure, we both are a bit neurotic, we both have our issues, okay? Which just means we need to communicate even better. I would love to go to a concert and meet up with somebody or find some. I'm thinking about going to that psychedelic conference at the end of, truthfully I am. I'm thinking about just buying a ticket for that. I ever meet you there. Yeah, good luck with that. Um, yeah, I mean, it takes time. It's effort too. And truthfully, you seem like you're out of money. And so, really, I don't see it being a good idea to ask you to spend money just to find me. It seems kind of like a waste. I have to pee so bad. Again? Okay. Alright, yes, so, look, I know this is not the best way to say it, but please calm your tits. You're going a little overboard. You don't need to get too upset. Okay? It's not like, oh, we're about to find your love. It's like, that could be you, motherfucker. Love is not always determined depending on where you go and where you look. You can date a few people, but it might not be a thing. And same with, like, I might not find you immediately. So there's that, Like, all of this is going to take time. All of what you want is some, like, I can't do anything about 2016. I literally can't stop I have to stop the deal, and quite frankly, that's dangerous. They offer protection. That's the truth. It's just how it is. And there isn't something saying I can't find you before I find them. They're not necessarily on a time clock. They just want me to eventually show up. Because it will happen organically. With you, you're very directed. I know you're trying to get me to go to specific areas and places and things and do stuff and all that, but in reality, I don't really have the ability to do much outside of what I'm already doing with either my parents or anything else like that. So, what does this mean? It means this is where we're at. We are at this point doing this thing, and there are other individuals that are also involved that also would like to continue to have their person use them and everything else, which is a bit awkward to say. I didn't realize I ever created that kind of a situation. Yeah, but I definitely did. And they deserve to have their time with me. They put in effort and energy, and they also have their own needs and wants. Let's put it this way, there's a great documentary about this particular guru or something that, had a woman that essentially just was the bee's knees. I'm not sure if you know it on Netflix, but I forget what the name of it was, but essentially they moved from India about this whole sect, and then they moved over to I think it was in Oregon, small town in Oregon, and then they grew there, and then they took over the town, and of course there were other things that happened, and she, of course, did these things for the guru, and the guru, of course, had his own stuff that happened. And they still, like, it's one of those things where, yeah, there were, she started getting jealous. She started being very, very protective and exclusion. It's only for me, and I'm the only one to talk to him, and these women do these things for me to be able to. So yes, it's, I think, one of those things where if you were to believe that I'm so amazing just as you are, which I think just as everybody is, then why not allow me to have time with other people? You can be along for the ride. I know you might not want to be, but, like, that's kind of the best I got, you know? I don't have the ability to run away, no matter if you, I mean, I could meet you and then I could be whisked away, but that's the most, really. That's, at best. And even then, I'm gonna get followed to wherever I go. It's difficult. It's not easy, and this is complicated. Okay, it was complicated to start with, and it's still complicated now. In fact, it's even more complicated. It's not going to be exactly what you want. But it's what we have. I feel like we could make it work. Perhaps that's just me. I know, and then the other one with the grudge is doing their own thing, having some rather massive problems. You're extremely low and you need help. I don't really know what I can do to help you. Truthfully, I have no idea. If you're constantly stuck in those thought loops, if you're constantly, like, I don't know. I don't know. Fell in love, you're the one that ruined me for all blah blah. Did that really happen? Do you really think that happened? Or like, I'm sorry if you think that, but that's not what my intention was. Truthfully, it really wasn't. My intentions were good initially. And then they became worse over time. So, but yeah, like, I can't keep saying this though. Like, are you okay with this? Can you handle this? Is this alright for you? You know? So, yeah. Um, I'll find you. I'll come looking for you once I get ready. It's gonna take time. I'm gonna be looking for somebody. I don't know who. I know it will be you. Or 2016. Unfortunately, that's kind of how that's gonna go because they are extremely good manipulators and work in the shadows just like you do. Like, seriously. Seriously. Seriously, I'm more afraid of them than I am of you. I know that's weird to say, but yeah, they've displayed ample amounts of power to me to see that I basically have very little choice in this. But that isn't to say that they're looking for me to find her immediately. You know, who's to say that if we don't get together, you know, somewhere down the line we deal with our insecurities, you know, we can start going into the whole threesome area or more of things. But, I mean, I'm looking for a one-on-one my first time. I'm not looking for a harem right off the bat. I don't know anybody that immediately, like, yeah, you know what, I've never been in a relationship, so let me be in a relationship with 5 women. That goes over so well, right? Just, it's wonderful. It works out perfectly every time, and nobody bickers, and everything is great. So, you know, calm down just a little bit, please. You know, I'm gonna search, just it takes time. I am in the beginning stages of my seed planting roots and having my stalk and leaves show up through the dirt. I haven't even reached the topsoil yet. I've been planted so far down. So, yeah, it's gonna take time. But we have what we have right now. We do what we do right now. We can do some sexy times in various ways, but you know, I'm not gonna be talking to anybody. Quite frankly, anybody on Reddit that I start talking to or in Discord or any of that shit, will start to get massive amounts of traction either from you or somebody else. And that's dangerous. You know? So I'm not going to be directly going after anyone. In fact, if it looks too good to be true, then I'm like, no. And a lot of those look like way too good to be true to me, you know? Way too good to be true. Catfishes are easy. You know? It's just, yeah, it's rough out there. I'm not willing to put my trust into a lot of that. Maybe in the future, you know, but not right now. Yeah. I don't know how you're gonna hide or run because you have so much going on that I don't see how you would be able to do that. Anyways, if at all possible, you know, um, this is going to be a bit weird of a suggestion. Okay, this is going to be a weird suggestion. It's not sexual, but it is weird to me. But because for whatever reason, seeing me helps you. Listening to my voice helps you. Figure out some way to set up a playback loop of I love you, I wish the best for you, and you can succeed at anything you set your mind to. Use that clip. You can use my picture if you fucking want, I don't care. You can use a symbol of me in case you're afraid people are going to be starting to, look after you and stuff like that. Now you've realized how they've started to come after me. The looking over your shoulder, the paranoia. Eventually you get used to them looking, if they have found you. You gotta be careful, because at first I thought that, that they were there, but they weren't until later, actually. Basically, when I started to get more paranoid and started to reveal stuff, then that's when they were able to pinpoint more of my location and area of where I was, totally. So, yes, if you're in New York and you're fucking rich, I would suggest, or hell, if you're anywhere that's expensive, and you're hitting hard on cash, it's usually a better idea to try and find a place that's not as expensive. Yes, you might suddenly have a less quality of life in some regards, but in all honesty, you don't have the stress of debt hanging over your head, And that's a big, big stress. Money stress is a huge stress. So, yeah. What time is it? 4:05? I don't really have the time. I suppose we'll pick up this after my physical therapy. We can have some romp, on 4chan or EH Hentai or whatever, if that's what you want to do. I mean, I'm not gonna be going for a walk, and I'm gonna be trying to get rid of the soreness, which, by the way, yes, masturbation and an orgasm will help muscle soreness. So, take that for what you will. Helps with headaches, helps with a lot of stuff. I mean, it's very healthy for people to do this. It's natural. I don't understand why people think that they should be condemned to never touching themselves or something like that. Like, it's a basic body hack. I mean, think about it. Like, you can massage certain pressure points on your hands to help with nausea and anxiety, and this is just another one of those pressure points, essentially, to help that out. This is all it is. It's a very powerful one, but it's still, nevertheless, one of a pressure point. So, everybody needs release. Except for those that really just want to be egged along for a really long time until I finally let them go. And at that point, they must have had one hell of an explosion. Like, I almost wish they recorded it so I could see. Anyways, I'm starting to get dirty-minded again. You live with yourself long enough, it does start to become a little more prevalent in your head. Because it's just normalized, I guess. And that's the thing, like, if you're raised in a particular Christian household or, or like certain types of households where it's just taboo to even talk about things like that, you have a harder time, honestly, discussing and communicating your needs in a relationship. Which is just unfortunate. There's so many women that don't have their needs met in a relationship, and men that basically see it as an affront to their manhood if they get told they're not doing something right. It's like, bitch, please. This is for you to get better and for both of us to have a better time. Not your ego that needs to get stroked. Okay? Ugh. Same thing goes for women, though. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Just because you got a vagina don't mean you're a good fuck. At least that's what's been told to me. Did it all for the nookie, huh? Everybody did everything and ran around and all that. I think your friends might have it a little wrong. I think you might have a little wrong. You know? And there's a lot of... And then there's, like, the fact that, yeah, there were several people that decided to basically do that. Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to stay away from everything and just sort of focus on the basics. Them I'm just talking to out there, man. Like, that's just all that's going on. I don't really want to reinvigorate the hate and desperation of 2017. You know, we don't need that chaos. That's just bad. We don't need to develop something that's beyond what is reasonable and ethical and morally questionable. You know what I mean? I think I have my own thoughts and opinions when it comes down to that, and I will not condone any acts of violence towards myself or others. Peaceful protest is a thing, but I'm also very well aware that protests can get dirty. Riots can happen. Oftentimes it gets instigated by undercover officers and police force. So be concerned about that. You know, that actually puts a damper on your ability to properly protest. Having those outbursts. It gets rid of the credit that you have. If you start off as a riot, that's a big difference. Riots are never good, usually. They don't really do anything other than provide looting and death and destruction. You know? But you have every right to defend yourself against an aggressor that is pepper spraying you, tear gassing you, trying to hurt you and break your arms and stuff. You have the ability to stop that. Police force are just men with some shields. Shields can be ripped from arms. Batons can be grasped and used against them. We will not go silently just because you want us to. Anyways, I'm going into another rant. I didn't do all this just for sex. That's not what happened. I'm sorry that you might have interpreted it that way, but that's not how it happened. I did this for love. I did this for peace. I did this for the prosperity of mankind. I believed that it was my destiny to try and do this. I believed that it was my utmost importance to try and change the course of what I saw the world was heading towards. So yes, I did fall in love with you. Yes, everything that happened was real. It was real in the moment. It was real afterwards. Those feelings are still there. Everything is still there. It's just... there's context and other things that are going on. It was great, the idea that we had, that we were going to make all this stuff happen. I would love to null and void 2016, but I'm more afraid of them killing me than anything else. Truthfully. So yeah, you know, take time to strategize. I'm not going anywhere. Take time to take heed of my warnings. You know, just be careful. I don't really have the ability to protect anybody. You guys are that. 2016 is the only reason why I'm alive. Same with Mexico. What do you think's going on with them? I think they're playing a very dangerous game, 2016 and you. I do. I think you're both playing a very dangerous game with very dangerous people. Okay? That's my thoughts. And I think that if it's possible for you to get out, then, try that. But if you can't, I also understand that too, because once you get into one of those games, all you can do is just play to stay alive sometimes. So if right now you need to focus on staying alive and I'm your one brief levity of that moment, let me be that brief levity. Okay? Let me lean on me. Don't be afraid to lean on me just a little bit. I can't take your burden forever. I can't be your beast burden. It's just, I'm terrible even holding myself accountable. I'm working on that. I got things I gotta work on. I know that. Anyways, I hope that helps you. I do. I don't feel like I have much really that I can change about the situation I'm in. Truthfully, I really don't. I don't think I have the ability to really alter what they have in store for me. I don't have the money, and I sell a bunch of stuff, sure, but it's going to take me time to do that. Even if I could meet up with you in some place, I'm sure I'd be followed, and then we'd get you to have your own issue, and you go, well, I have protection, and it doesn't matter, and we'd be fine, and because ultimately, and I'm like, okay. But it still has to happen. You know what I mean? Like, I can be active, and I can do that, and I'm not waiting on love. I mean, I am, and I'm not. I'm waiting for you, but I'm also waiting for myself to get to the point where it's, you know, able to even go to a concert and not only have the lack of money, but the anxiety and everything else that comes together with that. So yeah, if you want to show up, and I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm planning on going to that psychedelic conference in Arizona. But that's probably not where people would want to meet. So yeah. Yeah. Anyways, it's almost 4:20, 4:17. That means it's time to relax until my physical therapy. So that's the end of this. Nobody really wants to listen, and everybody has their own opinion. And quite frankly, I've been a little arrogant. I've been a little antagonistic, truthfully. And that's not great because we are trying to do something here, aren't we? You know? Are we not? Oof, baby. Oh, that's fucking gooey. Oh, baby. You're so gooey. Ah. Oh. Food. Everybody, food. Get your food.
Yeah, I've purchased way too much ground beef. Way too much. That was good for like several weeks. I'm trying to eat that before it goes bad. That's something. Ground beef causes cancer in your colon. Alright, I get it. Why do you think I like the turmeric? It doesn't cancel it out, but... It's so good. Mm, mm, mm. Excuse me while I devour this. Alright, so here's the thing. Here's the rub. Here's the big enchilada, so to speak. We have a misinformation problem. Straight up. We have a media issue. Straight up. And quite frankly, there's not much we can really do about it except use the internet to be able to facilitate proper, real communication. You know? What does that mean? I don't, well, quite frankly, no. Look at this cheese. It's a fucking dong of cheese. mm. Mm. Fucking love cheese. White boy loves his cheese, I told you! Like, motherfucker. It's not just a white thing. Everybody loves cheese. Just like lots of people like Kentucky Fried Chicken. Alright? Now that's also racist. I'm just saying. It's like all white guys love cheese. It's like, oh, okay, so you're going to lump every single person together into liking this one thing? I mean, it's highly probable that they'll like cheese, but I could also say that, you know, depending on where you are, it doesn't really matter what color of skin you have, you might like cheese. It seems to be more of a cultural thing. Like, certain cultures don't really like cheese as much as others. So, anyways. Same goes for mayonnaise. Like, Americans don't really like mayonnaise that much, apparently. Which I find weird. And maybe it's just around here. Is it because it's like egg white and thick or something? Like, I don't know. Like, I like mayonnaise. Never got the hatred over it. It's just mayonnaise. Because it tastes disgusting. Well, that's like your opinion, dude. Just because it tastes disgusting to you doesn't mean it does to me. Or hell, look at Japan. Japan fucking loves mayonnaise. They love the stuff. Although that might have shifted. I mean, the last time I saw a thing about it was a whole eating thing from the Travel Channel, and they made a note about how much they like mayonnaise. Other than that, I don't really have that much information to go on. Point is, I like mayonnaise. Hoping that your guys' day is going well. Hope you're eating well. Hope you're, doing what you need to do, whatever you need to do to stay alive and keep kicking. I hope you got it going. I do. What about you? Look, just because I hate this person's ideas, belief system, and anything else about them, really, does not necessarily mean that they're a bad person, okay? They are fooled into believing what they believe. Alright? They have past... Well, I need to eat this, so... from my experience watching people and seeing how they act and react, and depending on their environment growing up, usually it's not that hard to, especially if they're a public figure, you can get a decent synopsis. It's not perfect. It's usually left out with a lot of details, but if you ask around, you can usually find those details pretty easily. So, anyways, where was I going with that? I lost it. Shit. Right. Just because I consider them to be doing horrible actions does not necessarily mean that they are horrible. They have been this belief that what they are doing is correct. It isn't, but they believe what they are doing is correct. How do I know I'm on the correct side? Well, for one thing, diversity, science, technology, general fields of study, empathy, which is always regarded as a good social thing. I just don't even have to think about it. Like, I already know. Yeah. No one's going to convince me that just because somebody's poor, they're a terrible human. Now, I have statistics backing up that the richer you get, the worse you become, both in science and multiple studies. Usually explaining if you're rich, you're white, and you're conservative, you have a lot less empathy. A hell of a lot less. In fact, most of the time, if you're white and on the right side and very conservative, you do not care about your fellow man, apparently. You're like a good, 20%? It was close to 20%, I think, difference. And then there's the whole, Republican versus Democrat side, if they're presented, with scientific facts, whether or not they're going to believe them, study. Turns out Republicans don't do that. They don't believe it. It just goes on and on. You guys are just dumb, ignorant fucks. You know? Okay, that's aggressive. That's much. That's a lot. All right, I'm sorry. I take that back. Didn't say that the right way. The studies indicate that you lack empathy, you lack the ability to update your mind with new information, and in general, you're overconfident. All things, by the way, we've known for a real long time. It's not new to anybody if you've ever been a Democrat looking onto the other side of things. The scientific studies just sort of proved what we already knew looking at you. And you got swindled. That's the fucking shittiest part. You were so confident, you were so right, and you were so sure that what you were thinking was right, that you didn't bother to accept any new information. You decided to basically elect someone, an official, that is by far the worst person for your entire fucking class of people. Yeah. You got swindled, motherfucker. You saw a con man, you went with the fucking con man, and now you're reaping what you sow. Now, some of you will go, oh, well, he's done all these wonderful things. You're deluded as shit. I'm saying that you are not in the right mind if you believe what he's doing is correct for either the environment, the economy, or for the people. Nope. You've been believing and taking that stupid blue pill coming from them corporations to try and make you nice and happy. I worked hard, I got a little bit of money. While meanwhile, fucking CEO over here is flying off around the damn world in his 7 jets. Okay, there's not usually someone like that, but that's just like an example-ish, you know. It's not a great example, but the point is that you believe you can make it to that point. And statistics always prove highly unlikely that you will ever make it to that level of success. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that oftentimes the people who do reach that level of success do it in such a way that it's actually detrimental to both their workers and their fellow man and the environment and the economy and so many more things that ultimately they basically created a monster of a corporation. Now, I don't subscribe to the red pill, blue pill, purple pill, whatever on Reddit. I have no idea what's going on over there. I would not suggest to do that. I am referencing the Matrix. Okay? You get presented by Orpheus a blue pill and a red pill. You can see the reality, or you can continue living on in your blissful ignorance. The first movie was really good. It's too bad the second were just like the second and third were really. They're not horrible, but they're not like good. So there's some. Here's the thing: the movie is terrible. There are some amazing shots that were there for the time. You look back at them now and you're like, oh, well, that's a lot of CG, or oh, that's not that cool, or, you know. But, I mean, the fight between Keanu and fucking Agent Smith, oh my goodness. Just phenomenal. And they get all preachy with the weird people. Right. So, what do we think we can do to help make a better economy, make a better situation for all of those involved? Well, we need universal health care. Straight up, we just need that. Pharmaceutical companies are so massive and have so much power that it's ridiculous. It really is. And they've literally taken advantage of the people, telling them that something was safe when it is obviously not fucking safe. Okay? And it's not just them. There are multiple examples in other fucking companies beyond just Purdue that shit happens. Or they'll hike the prices up of a particular medication, and then your insurance all of a sudden is like, well, we're not going to do that anymore for you. Like, shit, dude. Like, there's just so many crappy things that they do. Alright? And there's more corruption in the pharmaceutical industry than most people want to think about, truthfully. All right, how a drug comes to market is really not that difficult. If they think they have a winner or they need a particular thing, they'll fucking try all that shit. You know? But I digress. Truthfully, what we really need is for them, instead of patenting and creating this massive monster of fucking money, instead realize that, you know, people need to live and have happy lives to be productive workers. You realize that, right? Like, your workers don't work as well and they die faster because you don't let them have proper time off, good health care, and so many other things. And you look at it and I go, wow, this is very similar to slaves, motherfucker. straight up slavery. Like, yeah, you get a penance, just like the slaves did back in Egypt. You get your, whatever X amount of day, you get your room and board, some drinks and everything. And, they're somewhat okay and happy with it, and they build the pyramids. But everybody knows nobody fucking liked that, and it was very much slavery. So that's kind of the first thing. We need energy demands to be met in such a way that coal and oil are no longer a thing. Guess what? Solar roads, solar panels, and batteries are all doable. We already have liquid batteries that can hold charge overnight and be able to supply towns and everything. It is completely possible to literally switch from completely coal and all that and get rid of all of those extra things, coal and oil or gas for those peak times, and completely get rid of them for batteries. You can just do that immediately. Then for the major hurdle of lots of energy, fusion is by far, or not fusion, fission, nuclear energy is by far the way to go. If we had thorium reactors, which can be built and maintained in such a fucking safe manner and reduce waste so significantly that, quite frankly, it's abominable that we allow corporations that spew these toxic gases and destroy our rivers and our waters and our fucking people with these plastics as much as they do. It's ridiculous. It's stupid. It's asinine. And the only reason why it's still being done is because they're subsidized, they have lobbyists, and honestly, they've been the status quo. So to upheave the status quo, you need to have a little bourgeois death. I'm not saying actually kill anybody, I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is get rid of the companies, make them untenable, get rid of the ability to subsidize them to the point where they are available to be the status quo. As soon as you get rid of their ability to maintain what they've been doing, many more people will change. Alright? Because, quite frankly, it's a lot fucking cheaper all of a sudden to go one way than to continue going off in this bullshit way. Alright? Not only is it cheaper and more efficient and ultimately more effective and can result in better jobs, more pay, and a cleaner environment, but, in general, it adds to the whole morality of yourself, really. Do you want to be known for the person that decided to destroy all this just for a little fucking cash? You little money-grubbing whore. Take that back a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, I'm ramping myself up here. I'm sorry. You think you can get rid of our internet? Fuck you. Not in America. You try and shut the internet off, I guarantee you there will be riots. Not only are there corporations that literally depend on it, not to mention the Wall Street, whole fucking damn thing. All the stock markets need the damn internet. You're just never going to turn it off in America. You might be able to redirect traffic, you might be able to do stuff, but guess what? There are great individuals that know how to not have that happen, too. So, you can do your warfare, we can do our warfare. Nobody needs to get hurt, but at the same time, we're not going to let you take our ability to speak. And if they can take the internet away where you are, well, guess damn what. Messages can be done with paper, with scribbles on a rock, for all you fucking give a shit. Messages are important. Never stop communicating. What am I thinking about? Oh, well, they want to watch me a lot, so I'm giving them, the ability to watch me. Why not? I don't really have much to hide. Says the guy directing people to do stuff. Prove it. Ah! That's why you angry. Truthfully. Let's be honest here. What am I thinking about? I don't know. I mean, we do really need to start implementing other things too. For like homeless people and in general, like, the shutdown's bullshit. I still can't believe that shit's going on and Trump doesn't want to fucking try at the very... He's going to do it to the end of his term, I bet. Okay, I don't bet that. He'll do it until most likely something forces him to quit. And that could be anything. But truthfully, it just works in our favor. It allows us to be able to talk to the individuals affected, show them the way, show them the light, allow them to better be able to possibly infiltrate, spy, work on stuff. And the same goes for corporations. Okay, so if you're a small business owner, this is not directed at you. If you're making a couple $100,000 from your, barely business, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about, what's a for instance? Walmart. That's a good one. Walmart's a fuckface as far as I'm concerned. They just completely trash their employees, don't pay them enough, make them work ridiculous hours. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. But they're a private business, and people will say I should be allowed to run my business however I want. Well, guess what? That's how it was in the early 1900s, and we had children running the fucking mills and other things. And yeah, we knew that wasn't right then either. So fuck off with your, you should be allowed to run it however you want. If you run it however you want, you'll never fucking do anything but go for profit. And therefore, you will always cause issues for your people. You have been taught the wrong thing. Corporations are not meant for profit. Same with stock markets. You are not meant to just go for profit. But it changed to that bullshit, and it needs to stop. Which is one of the reasons why I propose regulations. Hard regulations. Real regulations. Stuff that will not be able to get taken away easily. Regulations. Like amendment to the Constitution level fucking regulations. Will that happen? Probably not. Not in my lifetime, I bet. I mean, we can do it. It's possible. What am I thinking about? Oh, how to make that possible? The fact that we couldn't even get women the equal same rights as men during the 70s, and we had fucking almost all 50 states, but it never got put in. Like that bullshit? Fuck, man. It's difficult. It is. You have to suddenly get everybody on board, or literally crash the system and override it and start fresh. I mean, there is a reason why I am proposing to slowly take over the economy and be able to crash it at any given time. I love that. I really love that button that I get to press. It's the only button they give a shit about. They don't care if nukes fall. They got bunkers. They don't care if anything happens with the weather. They got their fucking place in the fucking Canada or wherever they need to go. They don't care. They'll live happily. They got enough money to make it keep going. But you mess with that money. Oh boy. What am I thinking about? Well, I don't know quite yet how. I mean, it's going to take a lot of people to be able to do it. You know what I mean? And it's definitely possible. I understand that there's a lot of men and women out there that believe they're part of the stock market and stuff that might delude themselves into believing that it isn't easy to slowly but ultimately creep up and take control over things. In a very complex money world where stuff keeps flowing around and there are rules and regulations, people that you can be coerced, bribed, or social engineered, things that can be done, passports, social security numbers, etc., etc. Oh, it's possible. Very possible. But you guys aren't afraid of that because you know it's going to take time. And you'll be monitoring the situation just in case something happens. Really? So you're always going to be monitoring every fucking second of every single day, no matter what, all the time? You're going to know everything about every bit of your money all the time? I didn't think so. And who knows? When it all comes down, I don't know. But that's for the future. That's really more or less for if we can't actually change things the way we should. That's the nuclear option. We also have the ability, I'm fairly certain, but to crash most, if not all, actual servers and computers, stuff like that. Truthfully, it's not that hard, because you don't really need to take down the individual computer. You really only need to take down X, Y, Z. Really infiltrate specific areas, spread out, those infiltrate others, sleep it, wait for it, allow for a slow running program in the background that slowly heats up or cools too low or whatever it is, short circuits, some bugs. Make sure human error does X, Y, Z that ultimately ends up being the wrong thing to do because they see this happening, but in reality this is the real problem. And then they cause kablooey. I'm tired, man. I'm tired of fighting. I'm tired of trying. I'm tired of it. Still going to. But I'm very tired. I really am. Coming up with plans, things to do, try to change the world is not an easy thing. It takes a lot. We really have to constantly be trying and to understand stuff about the world and the world around you and what is happening in all the little intricate pieces. Now, when I was back in 2017, all I fucking did was read news, science articles, and fucking some other stuff, but that's kind of it. Well, no. But yeah, I spent a long time, I felt like, trying to understand what was going on. But then I realized that media and ultimately a lot of information out there is not exactly correct. It's tainted to give a particular viewpoint instead of just stating the facts and reactions and actions. And allowing people to judge for themselves, they give the, you should think and feel this way towards this thing. I don't know. What am I thinking about? Besides the whole save the world, try and work together, we need universal health care, straight up. Like, I don't know how the rest of the fucking world has it and we don't. So stupid. It really is. I understand that there's a lot of people that like those stock markets and absolutely love to make money, but in reality, that money you're making is off the backs of thousands upon thousands, hundreds of thousands of deaths. Think about that. Hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, both men, women, and children, at your fucking fingertips, counting that fucking $100 bill or whatever the shit it is. And that's not even the worst of it. If you're in oil, you're in other areas, same fucking deal. It's the same fucking deal. It's blood money. It is. But they don't really care about that. That's the unfortunate thing. They don't have a shred of humanity left in them. Feels like honestly, they're not even worth deserving of our time to try and unbrainwash, rather than to just get rid of. You know? Like, let's expose all the bullshit this fucking asshole did. He raped a prostitute, he decided to do this, he decided, he got caught with almost 1 kilo of cocaine, and wow, what a dish. Guess what? Still makes $3 million every month. Oh, that sounds like the good life, right? That's because you've been brainwashed into believing that you need to have cocaine, money, fast and loose women and cars, all to fucking have success. That's not success. That's the opposite of success. That is flash in a pan, and then you die worthless. No, I was worth this money. The money is worthless. Worthless. It means nothing. If you do not use the money for something, it is worthless. If you do not use your fame for the good of mankind, you are doing a disservice to your individual fellow man and woman and whoever else. You are merely praying to your money every night to save you from your own morals that are so corrupt that as far as you're concerned, they don't exist anymore. It doesn't matter what it takes. It doesn't matter what you do, who you hurt, what happens, as long as you get what's yours. That's a terrible mindset to have. It breeds destruction, chaos of the worst kind. You pray to a deity that does not exist. You push all of your hopes and dreams upon something that never, ever is there. Because you don't want to see yourself what kind of devil you have become. You are no longer a god. You are no longer worth the very essence that is in your brain. But you'll still do what you do. You'll still keep hurting. Still keep not changing. Believing in the same thing because I got the money. Doesn't matter. Bling bling. It's troublesome. Because these people are people of power, people of the ability to influence, to change things. But they have been so corrupted that they are no longer helping or doing anything worthwhile to humanity. They are merely plagues, parasites, ticks upon the very thing that keeps you alive, your heart. Sucking every bit of juice out of you, saying it's your fault I'm doing this. It's not my fault and you know it. It is your problem, your issue. You doing this, it is not us. We are merely trying to survive with the very bullshit you gave us. So what can we do to change? Well, I don't actually quite know because it's extremely complex, like I said. I would love to get rid of the stock market. Personally, I love the idea of money literally just being money. You have X amount of money, you cannot leverage shit, you have to borrow money from the banks. There is no stock market, there is no way for you to get shareholders. All of that shit's gone. Therefore, you can't fuck around with it anymore. That's not going to happen. It would be an actual fix to the problem, though, but it won't happen. So, regulations, everybody. Rules and regulations that need to be forced into place. They have cut the regulations for how they are able to spend and leverage money. They have cut the rules and regulations to basically anything that is of any decency, to moderation and stability of the stock market, all for the bloody fucking dollar. Who gives a shit how many homeless there are, how many people die from sickness, and anything else that happens to be as a result directly from what you do and perpetrate. You are evil human beings. Almost beyond redemption. But you don't care. You have the money. You've got the life. You've got everything you need, right? So yes. Takes time, but we can do it. Takes time. They'll fight us every fucking step of the way. They have more than enough money and all the damn strategies and tactics they can throw at us. But fucking damn it, we are in the right. We can keep fighting. We do not need to stop just because it's a little difficult on them or us. It takes time, but it can be done. I mean, that's the thing. There are a lot of good people in the government. People that want to do well and want to help things. And same with law enforcement. And same with fucking a drug dealer. Seriously, the dude just wants to get out of his fucking situation and have a good life. You know? Don't we all just want to get out of terrible situations and have a good life? That's what we're aiming to do. We're aiming to build a better life for future generations to come. We are not fucking animals, but nor are we robots. We are something in between, and we should show it. We are gods. We are not men. Every single person is their own god, and they determine their own fate in reality. That's why. Because we control the true fate and the very essence of humanity in this world and what we will do and how we will die and what is going to happen. Our choices define us until the very end. Doesn't mean you are stuck with the same choices. Doesn't mean you continue to do the same things when you know it's bad. You make changes. Otherwise, what are we? Stones sitting in the grass? Waiting for the tectonic plates to move us to the ocean? No! We are the controllers of our fate. We are gods, not rocks. We are not mere animals scrounging around for the barest scrap, hurting each other just for a tiny morsel of something good. No, we have left that world behind. We watch it with our own two eyes happening, but we condemn. We know that it is not right. We have empathy for those that are lost in the struggle for survival. We are not animals. We are gods. I'm done. I'm gonna go look at Reddit, maybe masturbate. I don't know.
Now, 3:36 minutes. 3 hours, 36 minutes.
You know, I recorded my my therapy session today. I don't know why. Just felt like it. She went off, man. She was all like, and no one else can have you. Oh, you don't like me being embarrassing about you? Mm-hmm. I feel like people kind of need to know some of your neurotic basket caseness. No, we don't need to know. We've already lived through it. Look. There are one person that wants to kill me, another person that wants me dead. Not exactly kill me per se, but definitely wants me to die. And then there's another one that wants me to say, I only want you. Now here's the thing. Here's the big picture to me. Don't know who you are. Don't know where you are. Don't know what you look like. You only really discuss and talk to me via what? Fucking music, right? Like, none of this is an easy version or even way of being able to get to know somebody. Then, you know, you have like controlling interests. People who have a stake invested interest in me. Unfortunately, I did create a lot of this situation, which is not great. And I recognize that, and I don't really want to continue to keep having this situation happen. This is my plan, so to speak. I'm going to go out into the world, and whoever I find is who I find. Okay? Be ready for when that shit happens, otherwise it's just going to be that, you know. And by ready, I mean just barely overconfident enough to not realize how bad it's going to hurt. Because it is. It is. I'm going to get hurt again. And god damn if I don't want that. Shit. Fuck. I hide a lot of my... I mean, that's the thing. I have a terrible, terrible vulnerability issue. I hide a lot of my emotions under the guise of looking like I'm okay. And then you just slowly, like as it gets worse, you just slowly see me start to implode more. Like I do less and less and less and less and less and less and less until eventually I'm doing basically nothing. So what am I going to do? I'm going to continue going through life. I can keep talking to everybody. Everybody wants me to only think about them. Which is, and by everybody I mean these particular people. so I should have said that. But yes, there's a lot of shit here.
And god damn it, you guys keep taking my ideas for Netflix and fucking music and shit. It's pissing me off. It is. I mean, I wouldn't mind to at least try, get a little bit of a hobby going at one point, start up my own music stuff. Yeah, it's just not really in the cards right now. Why not? I don't know. I mean, is it easy? Probably not, but that's not what really stopped me before. I've poured through so many fucking PubChem research articles and other shit where they have quite dense, I should say, nomenclature in linguistics to what they're talking about, which makes it so tediously boring to read. It is just terrible. And they think they're clever because they use like multiple syllable words to describe something. And it's like, why did you just describe a whirlpool like that? It's just a whirlpool. You just stirred the fucking thing. You didn't need to fucking describe how you... I digress. There's stuff like that everywhere, though. So yes, I am discussing certain things because nobody wants to fucking really talk about the actual situations here. Quite frankly, I have been hurt by multiple different individuals, all of whom proclaimed that they were only acting in my best interest. I mean, you have to prove that shit to me, really. I have another one that's like, oh, you're gonna leave, or you're gonna do any of this, I'll poison you. Oh, you're looking at other women, I don't want you to do that, just fucking poison you. There's a lot of poison going on. You'd be surprised. Yeah. And it's not like the only time. The government, i.e. whoever the fuck it was, decided to start really poisoning me and getting rid of both my stomach lining and a whole bunch of other shit. Because they were all angry. They might have just been trying to give me LSA, which at that point I'm like, why? Why did you do that? I don't know. I don't know what they fucking did, but in 2017 it just ramped up all the fucking time. I honestly don't know what they were fucking drugging me with. There's a reason why I kept looking up fucking poison and other shit like that. So yes, you are no at all without fault. And everybody seems to have this agenda. You have to go into politics. You need to do music. You need to do this. You need to do that. Because you're so this, or you're this or that, or whatever. It's expectations being placed upon me once more. Because I show myself just a little bit. And I get a whole bunch of condemnation and congratulations. Ugh. And I haven't even actually shown much. But you guys still love to have the money. You guys still love to have everything. I mean, granted, if I ever got the money, it would be immediately traced back at some point to you. Money always has a trail. So yes, I understand why he never gave me the damn money. But I do want to be a billionaire. Mostly just to help people. It would be cool to have a certain few things. I don't know, like one particular custom car that I just really like, or, I don't have to worry about certain things like rent or utilities or whatever. Just basic bullshit that normal everyday people just have constant stressors for. other than that, the whole thing of the money is really just like, what can I do to better humanity with this? This is a crap ton of money, and I'm not gonna fucking use it all. I mean, I can if I wanted to just buy shit, but goddamn, if I invested the right way in the proper things and got, research and development going for other things to further development in certain scientific areas and communities, I'd be able to ramp up production and better humanity even better. The good old stuff. Yeah. I'm not quite certain what I would actually use or try and do that with. I'm starting to come back to my senses in terms of like how some of this began, which gives me extreme anxiety because there are forces that definitely, if I say the wrong thing, it cuts everything off. It brings a lot of danger to everyone. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that. And the thing is that I'm not really necessarily trying to cause problems. Half the time I don't know exactly what's happening. Which makes it really tough. Really tough. Yeah. And I know there are people rooting for me, and thank you very much. I know that there are people that really don't want me to get back with her. The thing is, I'm not back with her. Okay? She gets to be someone I talk to. Someone who can confide in and stuff like that. Just because she was so terrible and all this shit that you say, and I mean, even I have to agree to a point, but people want to change and you have to be willing to give them that chance. You cannot just shut them out because they did these things. If you do, then nothing changes. The person continues to have that anger and hatred and everything else that goes with being ostracized. But they know they want to change, however, people don't give them the chance and the tools and the opportunities to be able to facilitate betterment of their lives. And ultimately that causes more problems in the long run for everybody. She's just as dangerous as you, just as clever, and she did do a shit ton of stuff to be able to make it to the point she did. I'm not saying it was good, I'm just saying that's what happened. She gets the same chance like everybody else, and the chance I decided to give myself. Just nobody else was going to give it to me. I mean, what can I say? And then I still have the catfishes that want to try and drag me away from the situation, and unfortunately I don't really have the ability to get a new phone or basically scrap the whole fucking thing. She is already implanted in practically everything that is technology around me, just as you guys are. So, I'm stuck with everybody. I'm stuck listening to everybody. I'm stuck trying to make everybody happy. I'm stuck trying to fix the world with people that honestly would rather see me get hurt. So, yeah, it's tough business. It's tough business. You know what they say about the
enemy of your enemy is your friend. I don't have a lot of friends. I don't have a lot of people on my side right now. That's what I feel anyways. I'm just trying to do right by the world, man. I don't really know how to, so I fuck it up and then I cause more problems. Everybody gets angry and then I'm the bad guy. And in reality, I even stated multiple times that that's a bad idea or you shouldn't do this. And then you guys get angry for me at it and like, you caused this to happen. And I'm like, I didn't make them do that. I didn't even really suggest for them to do it. I said it was an idea. But you know that you fucking ran with it. You know you did. You did this. But I created the tools. So, you know. That's how that works. Yeah, I mean, hell, I don't mind going to... I don't personally believe in a heaven or hell or some sort of fucking afterlife in regards to that direction. I believe you might get returned back to the universe, not just your physical body, but perhaps maybe the electrical impulses that are your consciousness could potentially spread out through some sort of something we haven't figured out yet and blend out into the world. And yes, while their consciousness is spread throughout the entire universe slowly, ever so slowly, they're still there. They still have their memories and thoughts slowly trying to act upon the world. Is that true? I don't know. That's the best guess I've got for the afterlife. You know? If you want one, personally, I'm either hit or miss on whether or not I believe that or if I believe everything just stops. You know, it depends. It could depend on how you die. Truthfully, how that ends up happening could change how you may or may not have an afterlife. That's a possibility too. We truthfully don't really know that much. We only know that the brain secretes certain hormones and compounds and gives you a nice ride to the end. If you're conscious during the initial parts. If you're unconscious, then you just die. So, which kind of got, actually, that bringing that up kind of reminded me of that guy with the vegetable. I should say that. He was in a vegetative state, but he was learning to communicate and stuff like that. And I go, he's a prime candidate for. I know, I say this every time. He's a prime candidate for certain supplements and drugs. It would probably be beneficial. The very idea of neurogenesis is, I mean, if you wanted to really start trying to help people in those states, because they have those brain damaged areas and nerve damaged areas, if neurogenesis can happen, then would it not be amazing for it to happen to them and to be able to walk, talk, breathe, and everything else? Aren't they prime candidates? Are they basically not at the end point already? You know, like, there is no other drugs they can take. This is the only thing we know of that could help in that way. And it's illegal. That's some fucked up shit. You know what I mean? Just saying. Just saying. And no, I'm not going to say, with beyond a shadow of a doubt, everybody take this and you'll just be a better person. It's like, that's not really how that goes. And even doing this for that patient might not, you know, make it so that they get to that point.
might, but it might not, and that's the thing. Like, neurogenesis is something that takes time and it takes effort and energy, so it wouldn't be you do it once and you're cured, you know what I mean? It's like that person that was saying they went through MDMA assisted therapy and then they started going backwards after they had a breakthrough, and I go, just because you had one breakthrough does not necessarily mean that you're going to be cured. You still have your old habits that you have to break. You still have to put forth the energy and effort into changing yourself. Like, you can't just like take the drug and I'm cured. Like, not even in my own plan I was like, yeah, I'll just take this and I'll be done. My whole plan for 4-ACO DMT is to utilize this medicine to facilitate not only neurogenesis, but also facilitate new connections in the brain and allow me to be able to come out of my shell by diving into my own psyche and allowing myself to properly view not just the trauma, but view it in such a way that I can separate myself from it and allow myself to think critically about it. Thus allowing me to more properly have a correct way of acting. Along with therapy afterwards. Therapy was never going to stop. I'm still going to go to my therapist. I'll be discussing what it is that I saw or thought while on those adventures with this medication, allowing me to better facilitate me, be a better me. I can grow. If I talk to my therapist, look, this is what I realized, this is how I acted, and these are the things I did, and, blah, blah, blah. And they can, bring their own guidance because they have that education underneath them. They have the tools and the information needed to be able to help you. And that's one of the reasons why I don't want to be like, I can teach anybody, or I can do this, or I can do that. And it's like, I think I said this earlier, while I'm intelligent, I am not very smart, okay? I don't have a lot of information about any particular one subject. I'm more or less a jack of all trades in that regard. I haven't really specialized. And that's another thing. I hate specialization in STEM. I think it's bullshit that you have to basically just hyper-focus onto something. When in reality, if you get 60% of the information in multiple different fields, you can start utilizing all that information into creating something that ultimately they never would have fucking thought. Focusing 100% on the one subject, And I feel like that's a lack of creativity, a lack of challenge, a lack of ability to grow in the STEM field. I feel like it is stupid, Don't get me wrong, there's nothing wrong if you want to specialize to be able to focus in on a particular, thing that you need to have happen for whatever you're doing, for example, let's say you had some knowledge over here about something and you knew about this that could help, but you didn't know how it worked, or you didn't figure out, they didn't know what the mechanism of action is, and that's what the knowledge you needed, so you spent X amount of years figuring that out and coming up with how to make it cheaper, faster, whatever. You go back to the thing, and then you do the thing, and But the point is that it's supposed to be growth. I just feel like people get locked down. I shouldn't even think about another person's science. I'm not knowledgeable enough, so I shouldn't say anything. And I'm like, yeah, you shouldn't be arrogant and think that you know everything about the subject, but you definitely do know some things about it, and therefore can talk on it at the very least. So, yeah. I don't know. I went off on a tangent there. It would be amazing, truthfully speaking, if I could meet one of you. Just fucking one of you. I have a feeling, though, I'm gonna get a handler. She'll be nice at first, then I'll be controlling, and then I'll have to leave. Because I'll get paranoid. And then she'll be like, oh, you're having a psychotic break or whatever. Because ultimately, they don't know what's going on with this. They're going to pretend that bullshit's happening and all that crap. And all I want is love, man. Just want a little love in my life. Got a fucking mother and father that don't give a shit. They'll say they do, but they don't. Same with my two sisters. Amber's a little better, but I don't know. Truthfully, I don't like much of my family. I really don't. And that's the whole having to let go thing, you know. Try to make memories before everything happens and stuff just disappears. That's the thing with dysfunctional families. Oftentimes, they just separate. Go different directions. Like, you'll see the entirety of your kids just disappear from the state. You know? And it's not to go to college, although sometimes it is. It's like, a lot of times it's just getting the fuck away from the house, you know? I don't know. This is one of those things that I wish I could change drastically about my situation. Truthfully. Everybody's like, I'll whisk you away and make everything great and blah blah. Everyone. Who specifically is saying that? I don't get the liberty of telling you. So. But everybody's like, I'll whisk you away, we'll go, be together forever, and we're going to do this until the day I die. And unfortunately, I said very similar fucking things. I feel like we're all just sort of tired of constant the drama. This is just straight up drama. That's all this is. And I don't feel like I'm worth the drama of what's going on here. I feel like you guys are playing a dangerous game with both my lives and yours over the idea of me, when in reality the idea of me is what? What am I? Think about it. Like, what am I? I don't even know what I am. You know? There I go again, putting myself down. Yeah. Apparently I'm good enough to be able to catch a bunch of people. I'm so great. I managed to something with many women. That's actually how some men act. They're like, I got with this one over there, she and I, yeah, okay. Like, it becomes this whole fucking thing, and I'm like, I don't give a shit who you fucking shagged, mate. Shut the fuck up, do your work, leave me the fuck alone. You stupid cunt. It's a little mean, but you gotta know the guy. He's a complete douchebag. Just fucking totally, think, what was it, the IT, shit. It's on Netflix. IT guys, IT something. Anyways, follows those two guys, and then their boss is basically just like after the original boss dies, the boss His son comes on, complete womanizer, gets fucking away with it, actually does have sex with a few women. Like, it's all very strange. But imagine him, like, you know, bigger, fatter, and in general, just like, not, a little shorter too. I don't know. He's got the sticky out ears. Yeah. The double chin. You know. Like, just I'm just trying to describe the appearance. I'm not trying to say that this appearance is bad or good. Everybody has their appearance. But combined with this almost pig-like appearance and his constant, very significant womanizing and other shit, and somehow he gets away with it, he's a cunt. That's a cunt. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna end it here because I have to go take a shower and get clothes ready and all that bullshit. So